right, we will now reconvene the regular board meeting. Dr. Perez, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
All right, now I can. All right, if you'll put your right hand over your heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I want to acknowledge and recognize that our district and school campuses are located in the village of Paspenga. I want to acknowledge that this land we refer to as Orange County is the unceded and traditional lands of the Gabrieleño Tongva Nation and the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians Hashima Nation. These lands were taken through a process of colonization, physical, and cultural genocide. I want to pay my respect to elders, both past and present, as well as the Tongva and Hashiman youth who have attended and are currently attending our schools and neighboring districts. Okay, with that, Ms. Quiroz, do we have any action items to report out from closed session?
We do. In closed session by a vote of 5-0, the board took action to appoint Juan Flores to the position of Coordinator of Special Education, moved by Ms. Lepsak, seconded by Ms. Brazier Aceves. Board members with a yes vote, Mr. Bustos, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Ms. Magdaleno, Dr. Alvarez, and Ms. Lepsak. In closed session by a vote of 5-0, the board took action to appoint Galen Munford to the position of Coordinator of Special Education, moved by Ms. Lepsak, seconded by Ms. Brazier Aceves. Board members with a yes vote, Mr. Bustos, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Ms. Magdaleno, Dr. Alvarez, and Ms. Lepsak. In closed session by a vote of 5-0, the board took action to approve the final settlement agreement with compromise and full release of all claims for claim number SUSM 010756 in the amount of $225,000. Moved by Ms. Brazier Aceves, seconded by Ms. Magdaleno. Board members with the yes vote, Mr. Bustos, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Ms. Magdaleno, Dr. Alvarez, and Ms. Lepsak. In closed session by a vote of 5-0, the board took action to approve the final settlement agreement with compromise and full release of all claims for claim number SUSD 009216 in the amount of $70,470. Moved by Ms. Lepsak, seconded by Ms. Magdaleno. Board members with the yes vote, Mr. Bustos, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Ms. Magdaleno, Dr. Alvarez, and Ms. Lepsak. That concludes action taken in closed session. For interpretations services into Spanish, please see Mr. Vargas, who is sitting right behind me. Si necesita interpretación en español, por favor vea al señor Vargas, quien se encuentra sentado detrás de mí. Should you require ASL interpretation, please take a seat in the front of the room to your left. Child care services are being provided in room 126. Se ofrecen servicios de cuidado de niños en el salón 126. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quiroz. At this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Perez for our recognitions and acknowledgements.
Thank you so much. I will invite up Ms. Flores from our HR team to share the folks that we're recognizing tonight.
Good evening, Superintendent Perez, board members, cabinet, and ladies and gentlemen. It's always my pleasure to be able to announce our classified and our certificated employees of the month. This is the beginning of our school year, so I do want to thank Schools First for donating the gift cards that we have every year. So every year they donate the gift cards that we're able to give our employees of the month. So we do want to thank them. So it is my pleasure to introduce our first employee of the month, which is our certificated staff. I'd like to invite up Laura Dolan, who is a program specialist. Laura has been with us for actually 37 years and 2 months in our special ed department. I would also like to invite up Mr. Bustamante, who is our Assistant Superintendent of Support Services.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. Laura. We're gonna talk about you right now. All right, it is my honor to recognize Laura Dolan as the Certificate Employee of the Month. Laura stands out because of her unwavering initiative and selflessness commitment to supporting others. She is consistently above and beyond, meeting individuals with staff, offering guidance, and providing hands-on support with SEIS, compliance, Medi-Cal processings, and many other things. Her willingness to share her time, knowledge, and experience reflects her passion for serving both colleagues and students. Laura has a remarkable ability to anticipate needs even before they arise. This ensures procedures are implemented with fidelity. Always approachable and dependable, she is a trusted mentor and a model of leadership and advocacy for special education. Her legacy, built over 36 years of dedicated service, has made a lasting impact on our district and all those she has supported. As a program specialist, Laura leads professional development, provides continuing training in SAUSD, guides staff in IEP development and compliance, and provides support with Medi-Cal billing through training and compliance. With 34 years in Santa Ana Unified School District as a speech-language pathologist and 2 years as a special education program specialist, Laura has become an invaluable resource to staff, students, and families across the district. She provides dedicated support to our entire speech department, which consists of 78 speech-language pathologists and 28 speech-language pathology assistants. Laura is a mentor, role model, and a wealth of knowledge to our speech department, generously sharing her expertise and guidance drawn from her distinguished career as a speech and language pathologist. Laura's influence extends beyond programs and procedures. She has shaped the professional growth of countless colleagues, elevating services to our students across the district. Santa Unified District is truly fortunate to have such an outstanding leader supporting our program, staff, and families. Tonight, we are proud to honor Laura Dolan for extraordinary service, dedication, and commitment to our Santa Unified School District community. Yay!
I guess I need to. I am honored by this and humbled by this recognition. I love working in Santa Ana. I've been here since I started, and I don't know what I would do without having all the staff, my mentors, colleagues, parents, families, and the community here in Santa Ana. So thank you so much, and I am so honored.
Congratulations again, Ms. Dolan. In just a second, we'll invite you up for a picture with the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to introduce our classified employee of the month, Stella Yan. Stella has been with us for almost 20 years, and she works as our business analyst to technology innovation services. Stella got and was in traffic. She's parking right now. She's going to run in here right now. But I'd like to invite up Mark just to have just to talk about, provide a few words about Stella. Yes.
I don't know how to stall time. I'll just get started. Good evening, Mark Rodriguez. With great pride and gratitude, I present Ms. Stella Yan, Business Analyst 2 in our IT division as the Employee of the Month. We are honored to recognize Stella today for her outstanding contributions and unwavering dedication. She had spearheaded the technical implementation of our benefits platform, ensuring it met the needs of payroll, HR, budget, accounting, and most importantly, the benefits team. Along with that, she was also a key support for our ERP implementation, and I would say it's one of our most complex transitions that we've gone through. Her expertise and attention to detail and steady leadership have been instrumental in these efforts. What makes today even more meaningful is that Stella was not only recognized by IT, but she was recommended by the benefits team. who wanted to highlight how much they value her partnership and her expertise. I've had the privilege of working alongside Stella for many years, and while she may not always be front and center, without her, much of what we rely on would falter. She is the kind of professional who keeps things moving, often quietly in the background, making sure others can succeed. And that's especially meaningful in IT. Much of our work is invisible, systems that just work, data that flows seamlessly. Oh, there she is. I can start over. I'll just start in my last paragraph. Oh, I'm glad you made it. And that's especially meaningful in IT. Much of our work is invisible. Systems that just work, data that flows seamlessly, and reports that are ready when needed. Recognizing Stella today shines a light on the unseen dedication, problem solving, and excellence that make her such an invaluable member of our district. So today, Stella, thank you for all you do and the impact you've done, or you've made.
Yeah, okay. I'm so honored to be here, and I have been very, very appreciate. I was given an opportunity to serve in Santa Ana Unified, this community. I have a lot of love to this community. I believe this makes my life very worth living because every morning I had this idea I'm gonna go to this community and serve everyone and troubleshooting and solve the problem for this community, and hope all the kids in this community get the education they deserved. So that is motivated me to get up every day to come here. And also I love everyone in this community. They're super loving, and I came from China. So here, I also call it my distant family. And now I'm standing here, I feel want to cry because it makes me feel so proud of myself and also proud of everyone I have been working for. And I hope I can continue to serve the community and make this community thrive. Thank you again. I'm so sorry for being late. Yeah.
And at this moment, I'd like to invite my colleagues on the board to join Ms. Yan for a picture, and then we'll go ahead and invite Ms. Dolan for a picture as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You want to go up front? Oh, sure.
Oh, sure.
All right, now I'll go ahead and turn it over to our superintendent for her report.
Thank you, President Bustos. So I'll be a little brief tonight. I just have a couple of items that I want to highlight. We do have our college and career fair coming up on Thursday, October 23rd. Please come out and join us. We intentionally are choosing places throughout our community that we want our community to partake in. So it will be at the Heritage Museum of Orange County this time. If you've been with us before, it has been at the zoo. And that was not a possibility this time around. So we were really looking for other locations within the community that maybe folks don't always get to visit. And so I hope that you come out and join us. We will have over 100 exhibitors who will be on site from in-state and out-of-state colleges, public and private universities, community organizations, as well as SAUSD programs presented there that evening. It is open to students of all ages. It is truly never too early to start talking and thinking about college and career readiness. So even if you have little ones, please come on out. It will be a great festive time. You'll have the opportunity to have direct conversations with folks representing college and career. There will be community resources, raffles and giveaways, and live entertainment, because we wouldn't do it any other way in Santa Ana Unified. So there will also be food trucks available. So I hope that you will come out and join us at the Heritage Museum on Thursday, October 23rd from 5 to 8. My next announcement is around our State of the District. I'm very excited about this event at the State of the District breakfast. This will be the opportunity really for us as a district to highlight, and you know, some of you who are listening to our board meetings often know that I'm always talking about the things that make us special. That morning, and it's early, 7 to 9, it is early, but it will be great. We will get to see our CTE programs on display. So each of our high schools will have the opportunity to highlight one of their CTE pathways. We will get to see our students really live in action in their learning in the pathway that they are participating in. We will do this in a way that allows for some interaction. In the past, we have done things where it's been mostly folks receiving information, but we want you to have the opportunity to get hands-on and talk with our kids and see what they're learning. And if you're, as a parent, you may be interested in exploring this to figure out maybe what the interests are for your students as you think about them transitioning to high school. So this will be a great opportunity to see our career pathways on display. So I invite folks to please come on out and support our Santa Ana Public Schools Foundation. They are the foundation who's actually hosting. We as a district will be the folks sharing information about our district. All of will be a fundraising opportunity as well, and the proceeds from this event actually do go to scholarships for our students. So want to give that announcement. Again, thank you to the Santa Ana Public Schools Foundation. There are more details that will be shared through our district website and through social media. And lastly, again, following the theme, I'm going to keep shouting out all the amazing things that our students do and have access to in our district. And so I'm very, very proud to share that we had 3 SAUSD Explorers graduate from the Explorer Academy earlier this year. And I will share their names, Leah Felix from Godinez High School, as well as Amy Aguirre from Saddleback High School. And last but not least, Joshua from Sagerstrom High School, who not only graduated, but received Top Explorer Awards. And so I asked, what does that mean? What did Joshua demonstrate to identify him as the top explorer in this program? And so he placed first place for drill competition, which is a marching award, 3rd place for male physical fitness, and 5th place for notebook organization. So points are scored for a variety of different things, and just want to highlight our Explorer opportunities. Students who are interested can participate, and we're receiving top recognition in that arena as well. So just, wanted to shout out to our students. Thank you for everything that you do and for your commitment. And for the families, the parents of these students, we know that it's a commitment on your part as well. So thank you and congratulations. With that concludes my, oh, are they here? Yes? Oh, sorry. Thank you. I'm going to back that up. Can I take that back? I do want to recognize our employees that were approved by our board tonight. I did not know that folks were here, so I was skipping over that. Juan Flores, where are you? All right. Nice to meet you. Actually, if you'll come right on up here, I'm going to share a few words about you. And I didn't know you by face yet, so I apologize. Great to meet you. Our communications director, Fermin, is going to get a photo of you so we can share. All right, well, welcome. So Juan comes to us with a wealth of experience, over 15 years in education, beginning as an education specialist and teacher for students with emotional disabilities. He served as a principal for an extended school year program, a high school vice principal in San Mateo Union High School District, and is currently a middle school vice principal in Alvord Unified School District. We are so pleased for you to join our team and for you to be introduced to our board and to our community. Thank you. All right. Galen Munford. Woohoo, you're here too? All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So Ms. Munford brings over 20 years of experience in education, including roles as a general education teacher, special education teacher, program specialist, and administrator. She holds not one, not two, but 3 master's degrees in special education, multicultural education, and communication studies. We are so thrilled to have you join our team. Thank you for being with us tonight. And again, our board, wanted for, to be able to meet you and know your face, me too, and as well as our community. Thank you. All right, now with that, Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now move on to our public presentation portion of the meeting. And before I begin, please note the following. The board president, myself, will enforce board policy 1313, which imposes rules of decorum and civility in the conduct of this meeting in this facility. Should any member of the audience act in a manner inconsistent with the requirements imposed by that policy, or who interrupts a speaker at the podium, makes comments that are deemed derogatory of the speaker and their message, or which are threatening in nature, they shall be warned to stop such conduct and asked to leave the meeting if it occurs again, or will be removed pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323. Any speaker who has been subjected to such treatment may contact the office of the superintendent at 714-558-5512. Ms. Quiroz, you may begin. Speakers will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you. We will begin with Saul Lara, followed by Margarita Gonzalez, and then Leonardo Analco.
Hay un dicho muy mexicano que dice, si haces algo, hazlo bien, y si no, no hagas nada. De acuerdo con el California Education Code 53008, los distritos escolares están obligados a implementar herramientas de detección temprana de dificultades de lectura que estén aprobadas por el Departamento de Educación de California, CDE, y en diciembre del 2024, el CDE publicó la lista oficial de instrumentos que cumplen con dichos requisitos. Nuestro distrito tiene la obligación legal de alinearse con esa lista y no elegir programas que carezcan de ese respaldo. La pregunta es, ¿cuál es la evaluación que van a implementar? Recalcamos con firmeza que la función, como padres, reconocemos que hemos ejercido una fuerte presión para que nuestro distrito atienda el tema de la dislexia. Esa presión nació de la desesperación y el dolor de ver a nuestros hijos quedarse atrás sin las herramientas necesarias para aprender a leer, prosperar en la escuela. Recalcamos con firmeza que la función del comité asesor de la comunidad no es validar decisiones rápidas ni beneficios personales. sino trabajar por el bien de todos los estudiantes y defender lo que la ley y la ciencia respaldan. Nuestros estudiantes no pueden ser el experimento de un programa que carece de respaldo necesario. Se merecen una intervención sólida, científica y alineada con lo que la ley les demanda. El jueves pasado tuvimos una reunión en el CAC y yo hice una pregunta estúpida. Que si el programa que están queriendo implementar estaba avalado por el Instituto Internacional sobre la Dislexia, y desafortunadamente tuve una respuesta recíproca. Dijeron que el programa estaba aprobado por California, y en lo cual pusimos nuestras investigaciones y es una mentira muy congruente. Ese discurso lo traemos por el tema de la dislexia. Quiero abrir un paréntesis y darle mi apoyo moral y darle a nuestra superintendente, doctora Pérez, un antecedente que tuvimos con Mr. Armendáriz sobre el tema de Carver, de cómo yo fui discriminado en esa escuela por parte del director y puse una denuncia con ustedes aquí mismo y puse una queja formal en la cual el superintendente quedó de darme una respuesta y vuelvo a repetir, hasta la fecha no he tenido ninguna, por el padre que tenemos aquí presente que hablar de ese tema. Gracias.
There's a Mexican saying that says, do it right, and if not, don't do anything. According to the California Education Code 53008, school districts are required to implement early screening tools for reading difficulties that are approved by the California Department of Education, CDE. In December 2024, the CDE published the official list of instruments that meet these requirements. Our district has the legal obligation to align with that list and not choose programs that lack such endorsement. The question is, what is the assessment that you are going to implement? As parents, we acknowledge that we have applied strong pressure for our district to address the issue of dyslexia. That pressure was born out of the desperation and the pain of watching our children fall behind without the necessary tools to learn to read and succeed in school. We firmly stress that the role of the Community Advisory Committee is not to validate quick decisions or personal benefits, but to work for the good of all students and defend what both the law and the science support. Our students cannot be in the experiment of a program that lacks the necessary backing. We deserve a solid scientific intervention that is fully aligned with what the law demands. And last Thursday at our CAC meeting, I asked a stupid question. I asked if the program was approved by the National Dyslexia Institute or Association, and the answer was that it was approved by California. And we did our research, and that is a lie. We are here to talk about dyslexia, and I'm offering my moral support to Superintendent Dr. Perez. And we had an issue with the previous superintendent, Armendáriz, and I was discriminated against at Carver by the principal. I presented a complaint. The superintendent said he would get back to me, and of course, to this date, he has not answered or has not replied back. And there's a parent that is going to talk about that tonight.
Buenas noches a los miembros de la Junta Directiva de Educación. Mi nombre es Margarita González. Este es el cuarto capítulo de dislexia. El día pasado jueves estuvimos en la Junta del CAC, de la Comunidad de Educación Especial, y estuvieron hablando de precisamente, nos dieron específicos de qué significa Orton Gillingham y qué significa el programa piloto Sunday. Quiero que pongan atención que Orton Gillingham es un programa con evidencia, ya está por años, está bien fundado, está científicamente fundado. Mas, sin embargo, aquí dice en el párrafo, Sunday también fue elegido como su practicidad y coherencia, ya que ofrece lecciones estructuradas y materiales fáciles de usar que permiten una implementación eficaz en todo el distrito. El programa se encuentra actualmente en fase piloto. Interesante. A lo que voy, yo no voy a permitir que mi hija disléxica en 8º grado entre a un programa piloto cuando ni siquiera hay evidencia fundada de que ya está probado que obviamente otros estudiantes han hecho progreso. ¿Cómo voy a meter a mi hija a un programa donde yo he pedido datos y he mencionado de que me lo presenten, me enseñen cuántos estudiantes ya han estado en este programa y han hecho progreso? Yo no quiero que a mi hija la agarren de conejillo de indias. No, no quiero eso. Yo lo que quiero es, por la situación del tiempo, lo que quiero es que ella agarre un programa que le puedan ofrecer y que ella pueda aprender de esto. A lo que voy, mi hijo es autista. Él recibió una intervención temprana y gracias a Dios, ahorita se va a graduar próximamente en unos meses del 12º grado. Tuvo una intervención que le ayudó a superar las necesidades que él tenía. ¿Por qué no lo hicieron con mi hija? ¿Por qué no lo hicieron cuando yo hice la evaluación y pedí una evaluación? ¿Por qué no le dieron la intervención que ella necesitaba? Seguimos en lo mismo. Han pasado 4 años desde la primera evaluación y aquí hay más padres que también han tenido evaluaciones ya y siguen con ese problema y sus hijos no están ni en primero, ni en kinder, ni en segundo. Ya son estudiantes de 9º grado, 10º, 11º y 12º grado, a punto de salir de la escuela, y es increíble que estos niños todavía no saben leer apropiadamente. Que haga el distrito lo que se necesita hacer y no lo hagan porque está caro o porque está barato. Háganlo por la eficacia que puede tener el programa. Muchas gracias.
¿Cuál es el párrafo que le diga? Gracias. Good evening, members of the board, superintendent. My name is Margarita Gonzalez, and this is the 4th chapter regarding dyslexia. And last Thursday, we were at the CAC meeting, and they gave us this information on the Orton Milligan, Orton Milligan program, but they said it's a pilot program. But the information that they gave us, they said that it was evidence-based and that it was implemented for years and needs to be scientific-based. And so, it says here, Sunday was also chosen by its practicality and coherence because it offers structured lessons and easy-to-use materials that allow for an effective implementation throughout the district. And the program is right now in a pilot phase. So they're bringing us a pilot program, but I'm not going to allow my daughter, who has dyslexia and is in the 8th grade, to be in a program that is not evidence-based, that is not approved, and is not being used by other students who are successful in the program. And I have asked for the data about the program, how many students have gone through the program, how many students have made progress in the program. I am not going to allow my child to be made into an experiment. I want this program to be evidence-based. And just like my son, who is autistic, he did receive early interventions, and in a few months he's going to be graduating from 12th grade. And because he did have the interventions, why am I going to allow my daughter to go through a program like this, not being offered the interventions that she needs, Like I said, this has been for years when she was first assessed, and we have other parents here in similar situations that have kids that are not in the early grades. They're in the 9th, 10th, 12th, 11th grade who are about to graduate from high school. So don't do things that need to be done just because things are expensive or cheap. Do things that are effective for the students. Thank you. Gracias.
I think English. English. Okay. Start. Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Leonardo Arnalco. I'm a 12th grader student in Saddleback High School. I'm here to speak and advocate for the students who have dyslexia and struggle with reading, writing, and comprehension. I've also have been dealing with my own difficulties with my conditions such as autism and ADHD throughout my years at school. But I want to advocate for other students as well, and my sister, who have to deal with their specific needs in their schools barely giving any sort of support or time, instead of prefer to push the students even more on what they can handle. It makes a huge difference when students get the proper support when they are younger. I see how my sister struggles with reading, writing, and her memorization, and I feel thankful and blessed that I got teachers who cared for me and the success program that helped me grow academically. My sister can also receive the same benefit as me from an intervention before she hits high school and has to get more complicated issues if this isn't sorted out correctly. Thank you so much for your time.
Next, we have Rita Sanka, Haya Rios, and Tamiko Anderson.
Sorry, just trying to figure out some logistics. Good evening, President Bustos, members of the board, Superintendent Perez, and cabinet members. We are proud to represent the staff of the Taft Deaf and Hard of Hearing Regional Program here in SAUSD. With Assembly Member James Gallagher's recent resolution, ACR 112, officially designating September as Deaf Awareness Month in California, we felt this was a wonderful opportunity to share a bit about our program, which has been part of SAUSD for over 50 years. The Taft DH program serves serves students from Santa Ana as well as neighboring districts. Our program includes both oral and signing pathways, recognizing that students have diverse ways of learning and communicating. In our oral program, students learn through listening and speech reading. Because levels of hearing loss vary, not all students can rely on hearing alone and listening alone, so individualized supports are essential. In our deaf education signing program, students are visual learners who access language through American Sign Language, pictures, gestures, and English print. Most come to us without a first language and are considered language deprived. We provide specialized instruction, language-rich classrooms, and an environment that nurtures communication, focusing on language development, self-advocacy, and deaf cultural identity. We're deeply proud of the meaningful work happening at Taft. We would like to invite you to come and visit our program and our students, and we hope that you will come to be more familiar with deafness and the unique needs that our students face and challenge on a daily basis. We also would like to invite you to our DHH resource fair, which will be further explained by Haya Rios. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Haya Rios. I am a DHH instructional aide at Taft Elementary School. I'm here tonight to invite you to come to our upcoming Deaf and Hard of Hearing Resource Fair. It's going to be Saturday, September 27th, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Taft Elementary School. This is a free event to provide resources for parents or family members of deaf children. There will be resources on how to read audiograms, healthcare access, understand legal rights, explore technology options, and learn more about deaf culture. We will have 31 booths to come and visit. There will also be a taqueria truck. There will be T-shirts and paletas for sale. And the first 50 students will receive a free backpack filled with school supplies, generously sponsored by Deaf Latinos y Familias. We would love to have you come to show your support to the DHH community. If you have been curious about the deaf community and are looking for a way to support the community, this is definitely an event for you. All are welcome. We believe that a strong communication builds strong bonds between parents and children. With patience, support, and the right resources, deaf children can grow up to thrive in a world that isn't often designed for them. But they are not limited, and they deserve to be seen, heard, and valued. Let's come together as a community to support our deaf and hard of hearing students and families. Thank you so much. I hope to see you there.
Tamiko Anderson.
Okay. As a resident in Santa Ana and a retired teacher, the board is passing a resolution to protect LGBT students, but refers kids to the Trevor Project and Trevor Space Hotline. Listen to this police SWAT investigator learned about the dangers for kids on this Trevor Space platform. So I'm just going to play it here.
My name is Kevin Brown. I'm the founder of Lives Worth Saving and a former law enforcement officer with 30 years of experience combating crime and as a SWAT team member. Since retiring, I've spent over a decade identifying and recovering those being sexually exploited locally, nationally, and internationally, including children exploited on the dark web. I strongly oppose AB 727, which mandates printing the Trevor Project hotline on student ID cards. While I support suicide prevention, I am deeply concerned about the risk of Trevor Space, the online community linked to the hotline. Trevor Space is unmonitored, does not verify user age, and explicitly states it is not for crisis intervention or suicide prevention. This creates an unsafe environment where adults can interact with minors. Creating an account posing as a 14-year-old male, I quickly accessed unmonitored chat rooms. I observed conversations moving to platforms like Discord, a communication platform I have personally used in the past when dealing with persons who sell and distribute child sexual abuse materials. Based on my experience of debriefing over 100 sexual abuse survivors, I know how sexual predators use such spaces to groom vulnerable youth. They use patience, manipulation, and are skilled at building trust with victims, especially in unmonitored online spaces. Trevor Space unfortunately provides that exact environment. The existing 988 National Suicide Hotline is sufficient. Adding a second hotline that can funnel students into a risky online environment is not only unnecessary, but dangerous. I urge you to vote no on AB 727 and protect our youth. If you have any questions about how a predator uses the grooming process, please ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Marla Lillian Bach, Destiny Bach, and Rosalva Morales.
I'm gonna show you this first. Hola, ¿cómo están todos? Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Marla Bock. Ella es mi hija Destiny Bock. Y bueno, así como vine la vez pasada a pedirles que me hicieran el favor de escuchar y poner un poco de atención en el tiempo de transferir a mi hija a la escuela, a University High School. Lo que ella acaba de decir es que buenas noches, solo vengo a decirles gracias por haberme transferido a University High School. Ahora estoy graduada, por eso les mandé las fotos. Y dice que está en el programa, continúa con el mismo programa en OCC. So, para eso venimos, para agradecer, no nada más es para venir a decir cosas que no, o a veces que son un poquito rudas, ¿verdad? Pero lo más importante es que gracias a que pusieron atención en esto, que para mí era imprescindible. Y ustedes saben que la diferencia, porque de venir de una escuela donde solo los niños eran hearing, como les dicen ellos, a moverse a una escuela donde estaba en el programa, porque ella fue en TAF, por eso me paré aquí con ellos también. Ella fue en TAF y todos sus amigos estaban en aquel programa. So, el hecho de que, aunque hayan sido 3 meses, hizo una diferencia enorme. Fue una experiencia muy hermosa para ellos. Y bueno, muchas gracias. Y también quiero decirles que estoy con estas personas que están pidiendo su apoyo y hacer un mejor programa para las personas que tienen dislexia. Muchísimas gracias. Los esperamos el sábado en TAF.
Good evening. My name is Marla Bock, and my daughter Destiny Bock is here. And I came here last time, and I asked you to listen about the transfer of my daughter to University High School. And what she signed, what she said, is the same thing. Good evening, and thank you. Thank you for giving us the time, and thank you for transferring me to University High School. As I sent you the picture that you saw, she graduated. So I sent you the picture for that. And now she's continuing in the program at OCC. So I'm here to thank you for supporting her, and so that you know that we parents are not only here for harsh things, but also here to thank you. And she wants to thank you because what you did is essential for her, and it made a difference. It made a difference, and now coming from a school where she was, a hearing school, as they said, and that's why I stood with them earlier to support Taft. My daughter was there, or her friends were there. And in the short 3 months or so that she was there, it made a huge difference. So thank you very much. And I'm also here to support the people who are behind supporting dyslexia. And I hope to see you there on Saturday at Taft.
En español, sí. Por favor.
¿Así lo va a decir cómo está?
Sí, así.
Nomás me lo pasa ahorita que te...
Sí, claro. ¿Lo puedo bajar un poquito?
Claro,
sí.
sí.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Rosalba Morales. Tengo un hijo en la escuela Carver y me dirijo a ustedes para expresar las preocupaciones y dificultades que estamos enfrentando en este momento en la escuela de mi hijo. Nos sentimos intimidados por las acciones de la escuela. Recientemente se me ha prohibido incluso permanecer en el estacionamiento y el director me informó que no puedo estar ahí porque algunos maestros y personal se sienten intimidados. Sin embargo, yo he estado presente únicamente porque mi hijo se ha escapado en varias ocasiones. Sí, y no ha sido solamente una, sino varios. En cada uno de ellos se ha informado a todos los involucrados, incluyendo al coordinador del Distrito de Educación Especial. Sin embargo, ha habido ocasiones en que no se me ha informado oportunamente, como el incidente del 20 de diciembre del año 24, cuando mi hijo salió por la oficina y no fuimos notificados hasta que estábamos en vacaciones. Nos enteramos únicamente porque nuestro hijo nos lo contó. Además, mi hijo constantemente se queja de que la maestra le grita y que si no hace algo bien, lo dejará sin recreo. Esto nos preocupa, ya que no sabemos cómo reaccionar a la escuela si hacemos preguntas sobre esta situación o pedimos aclaraciones. Quiero dejar claro que nunca hemos intentado intimidar a nadie. Nuestra única preocupación es la seguridad y el bienestar de nuestro hijo. Solicitamos que estas situaciones se atiendan de manera seria y podamos trabajar en conjunto para garantizar que mi hijo esté seguro y en un ambiente escolar saludable. También quiero agregar que sí se me ofreció poder mover al niño de escuela, pero creo que no es la solución, porque esto ya pasó el año pasado también. Y también se le notificó al superintendente Armendáriz y no pasó nada. Y volvió a pasar. Y está pasando en este momento. Y les pido que escuchen nuestras súplicas por nuestros hijos. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Rosalba Morales from Carver Elementary, and I am talking to you to express my concerns and the difficulties that we are facing at this time with my son's school. We feel intimidated by the school's actions. Recently, I have been forbidden from even staying in the parking lot because the principal told me that I cannot be there because some teachers feel intimidated. However, I have been there only because my son has escaped in several occasions, has left the school in several occasions. And it has not been just one incident, but several. And during each one of those, I have told all the people involved, including the special education coordinator. However, there have been some instances where they have not told me on time, like the incident on December 20th, 2024, when my son left through the office and we were not notified until we were on vacation, on the winter break. And we only found out because our son told us. And in addition, my son is constantly complaining that the teacher yells at him, and if he doesn't do something right, he'll be without recess. This concerns us because we don't know how the school would react if we ask any questions about the situation or if we ask for any clarifications. I want to be clear that we have never tried to intimidate anyone. Our only concern is the safety and well-being of our son, and we request that these situations be looked into in a serious manner, and that we can work together to guarantee that my son is safe in a healthy school environment. And I want to add that you have offered to change schools, but I don't think that's the answer, because this happened last year, and even Superintendent Amendares told us this would be resolved, and it happened again. So I'm asking you to listen to our plea for our children, our child.
The last four speakers as follows: Darren Shimasaki, followed by Nancy Self, Jose Manso, and Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke.
Okay. One moment, please. All right. Okay. Good evening, Board, Superintendent, and people watching at home. This last week was the Jack Howe Speech and Debate Tournament at CSU Long Beach. Our Santa Ana Unified Speech and Debate team competed against the best schools in the nation. Teachers and coaches gave up their weekend from the wee hours of the morning to the darkest hours of night, both Saturday and Sunday. Some of our staff members decided to volunteer to be judges, as well as stepping up to support one of the district's most prestigious magnet programs. I will tell you, the work that these speech and debate teachers and coaches put in goes unnoticed and unappreciated. As a school board, you should be celebrating everyone involved in the program and recognizing the tireless work that goes into preparing students to compete with the most elite schools in the nation. You should be celebrating the students that have been transformed from shy, quiet students into confident and bold speakers and debaters. Last year, when board members asked the district about the speech and debate teachers and their perceived merit and value, the answer from the district was that these teachers were replaceable and anybody could do the job. Well, after 4 of the 5 speech and debate teachers were riffed, displaced teachers didn't pick up any of those jobs. Why? Teachers knew the time commitment and high levels of rigor that went into the job. Other teachers respected those in the role because not everyone can do it. I encourage every member of the school board not only to publicly recognize and acknowledge the hard work of the teachers, coaches, and students, but also to volunteer as judges in these competitions. See firsthand what goes into these programs and why speech and debate teachers are irreplaceable. Lastly, I keep hearing school board members saying that they listen to parents and students, but why not also teachers? You should be listening to teachers too. You should be speaking with teachers. Teachers are your eyes and ears in the classroom. Maybe if you listened to teachers more, you could have avoided a majority of the problems that our schools are facing today. Parents trust teachers. Students trust teachers. But the school board, they don't even talk to teachers or listen to teachers, apparently. All last year, teachers have been warning you about the consequences of your decisions and the effects they were going to have on the classroom. Everything they said turned out to be true, despite what district administrators told you. Many teachers have personally told me that they have emailed board members and haven't heard back from them except for one. Is there a reason why you don't talk to teachers? Do you not trust us? Do you not value our opinions? Do we not matter to you? Listen to teachers. Speak to teachers. They are the hearts of our schools and your direct line to parents and students. Many of our wonderful teachers have been in the classroom for decades and have seen district trends come and go and come back again. They know what works and what doesn't. Teachers are the ones in constant contact with the district, okay, board members, and administrators. Okay? Trust your teachers, talk to your teachers, and listen to your teachers. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nancy Self, and I'm a resident of Santa Ana. And I have something I would like you to listen to from a 14-year-old girl with her story.
I have to choose to have healthy parts of my body electively amputated. I was sold a product, medical transition, by professionals and institutions who told me that it would fix my distress and save my life. I was told that if I didn't do this, I would probably end up dead. But here's what they didn't tell me. They didn't tell me that taking cross-sex hormones and undergoing major surgery at 14 years old could leave me with pelvic floor dysfunction and urinary incontinence, problems I have to manage now as a young adult. I'm only 20 years old. They didn't tell me that these complications are common enough to be known risks, and yet they were hidden from me at an age where I didn't even understand what these terms meant, let alone the impact they would have on my daily life. And it doesn't stop there. When I tried to warn others by leaving honest reviews on my surgeon's websites, describing my regret, the complications, the lack of real informed consent, my reviews were deleted. Think about that. A surgeon permanently altered my healthy body when I was a middle school student, and then erased my negative feedback to protect his reputation. If that doesn't sound like fraud, I don't know what does. In any other context, selling a medical product in this way with half-truths and hidden side effects would be considered fraud. If a pharmaceutical company pushed a drug on children without disclosing the lifelong damage it can cause, they would be sued out of existence. If a cosmetic surgeon buried evidence of complications, they would be shut down. But when it comes to gender medicine, it's not just allowed, it's celebrated. And anyone who asks questions is called hateful. Every week, I hear from more young men and women like me, people who are convinced as kids or as teenagers that the only way to survive was to become a lifelong medical patient. We now live with the irreversible consequences, the scars, the side effects, the pain, and the grief. And we watch helplessly as the same professionals and clinics keep selling the same product to the next generation of vulnerable kids while silencing those of us who speak out. Let me be clear. It is not in my wheelhouse to say that no one should ever transition. I'm here to say that when you sell a product, especially one that removes healthy body parts and alters your life forever, the consumer deserves the whole truth.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. I'm a retired school teacher. It has come to my attention that some members of this board glorify socialism and scorn American patriotism. Tonight I want to speak to you not from books or theories, but from my own life. I lived under communism, and I want to warn you about what it truly means. I was only 7 years old when I left Cuba. I remember sitting in my first grade classroom when our teacher told us that some of our parents were enemies of the revolution. She encouraged us to report them if we ever heard them speak against Castro. Imagine being a child, asked to betray your own family. This is how communism works, by turning children against their parents and destroying the trust that holds families together. My own father was shot at in front of his workplace by men in military uniforms. He had committed no crime. This shooting was used to send a message: obey, or you could be shot. That is how fear becomes law under communism. My mother, desperate to save us, turned to our pastor for help. He warned her that boys as young as 12 were being drafted into forced military service, indoctrination disguised as training. He also told her about Operation Peter Pan, a program that allowed Cuban children to flee to the United States. With extraordinary courage, my mother made the heartbreaking decision to send my older brother, who was 10, and me to America alone. She and my father would have to follow later if they could. These are the lived realities of communism, a system that thrives not on equality or justice, but on fear. A fear of imprisonment, hunger, fear of losing everything you own, and even of death itself. In a free country like the United States, it's easy to call yourself a socialist and to believe it is a noble way of helping the poor. But socialism and communism do not create a compassion. They create control. They promise equality but deliver oppression. They promise prosperity but deliver poverty. In the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, Venezuela, millions have been killed, starved, or silenced. People were stripped of food, jobs, and dignity, while power and privilege went only to the most loyal supporters of the regime. I stand before you today not to argue political theory, but to share a warning. Communism tore my family apart. I carry those scars, and I cannot stay silent when I hear its praises sung in a land as free as this one. Once freedom is lost, it is not easily regained. So I urge you, do not be deceived by false promises of socialism. Remember the cost, the lives destroyed, and choose to protect the freedom we are blessed to have here. Que Dios bendiga América.
Good evening, members of the board, President Bustos, Superintendent Perez. My name is Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke. I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy and Education at the LGBTQ Center OC. I want to share my great appreciation for tonight's resolution to recognize October as LGBTQ History Month. At the center, we have heard countless stories from young LGBTQ people who have felt invisible or unsafe in school until they encounter a teacher, a book, or even a single lesson that acknowledged part of their identity or their history. We know that visibility and representation are important, and for many, that small moment of recognition was life-changing. It gave them hope, reminded them that they were not alone, and encouraged them to keep showing up, to keep learning, and to keep dreaming towards a brighter future where they can envision a future for themselves. Because if we're being honest, many of our LGBTQ youth, especially our youth of color, still face higher rates of bullying, harassment, and discrimination in schools. They hear slurs in the hallways, feel pressure to hide who they are, and sometimes struggle to find one safe adult to confide in. And yet, when our schools and our school districts take intentional steps like recognizing LGBTQ History Month, it sends a powerful message to our students that they are seen, that they are valued, and that they belong. On behalf of the center, I want to thank you for taking this important step and for championing policies and practices that support our students as well as their families. Thank you so much.
That concludes public presentations.
All righty then. With that, let's go ahead and move on to our consent calendar. Do any of my fellow board members wish to remove any items from the consent calendar? Items 10.1 through 10.16, and as well as consent items under construction and bond related 11.1. Ms. Lepsak, any items you'd like to pull?
Yeah, I'd like to pull 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, 10.5, 10.9, 10.11. And that's it.
All right. Dr. Alvarez? Ms. Magdaleno?
None.
Ms. Brazier-Seves?
Yes, 10.1, please.
10.1, okay. All right, and none for me. If there's no further items to be removed, can I get a motion to approve the remaining balance?
Motion to approve?
Okay, we have a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5-yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 10.1.
Approval of regular board meeting minutes, September 9, 2025.
Can I get a motion to approve? I will motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Ms. Magdaleno. Okay, Ms. Brazier-Seves?
Yes, thank you. So I move to approve the minutes with the minor correction that Ms. Rosie Alatorre not be listed under the Valley staff. within my recognition. So instead, a separate sentence should be added to read, in addition, Ms. Brazier Aceves recognized Ms. Rosie Alatorre, Community and Family Outreach Liaison at Santa Ana High School, for her trusted relationships with students and families and her consistent, culturally responsive support that has helped students feel prepared, supported, and able to thrive.
Okay, thank you. We have a substitute motion by Ms. Brazier Aceves. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 10.2.
Ratification of increased board membership dues for California Latino School Boards Association 2025 to 26 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, when we're part of these memberships, I just want to make the most of the membership since we're paying for it. And I was wondering if we could get a directory of leadership for this specific organization so that with emails, with phone numbers, so that if we have a question or want some advice, we can get it from this membership that we're part of. Because as of right now, I'm not feeling like I'm getting to utilize the benefits of this membership.
Yes, we can provide that.
Thank you.
Can we get the speaker list up, please? Thank you. Let's go ahead and clear it. Okay, Ms. Magdaleno, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Lipsack. Along the same lines, along with the point of contact from the associations that we are part of, maybe we can have a list of specific resources or services that they provide to support the board. That would be great. Thank you.
My pleasure.
I agree.
Ms. Brazier Aceves?
So just thinking, processing as the conversation's coming up for these memberships, as far as communicating on behalf of the board with these organizations, what is our policy or protocol? Because I know there was a request for like contact information for the entire organization. So
I know the protocol, though. You don't have to repeat it for me.
Excuse me, Ms. Lepsak, the question's for the superintendent.
okay,
Thank you.
got it.
So these are board member organizations. So the board is able to have those free-flowing communications. Other organizations, communication would go through the superintendent's office, but these are specifically board member affiliations, associations, and memberships.
Any additional questions or comments? All right, seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 10.3.
Approval of board membership to Orange County School Boards Association for 2025 to 26 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second? I will second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
It's really just the same question. We're a member, and I know we all get the B2B and certain webinars that the Orange County School Board Association offers to us, but I would like a little more information, like a directory of who we can contact if we have questions, and I do understand Ms. Brazier Aceves' I don't think when we contact, we're representing ourselves. We're not saying we're talking on behalf of the board. I would think they would know that, but if we need to say that when we contact these different, organizations that we're members of, we can do that. But yeah, I just have some questions as a single board member. Thank you. And also, I think Ms. Magdaleno brought up a good point, just to get kind of an idea of how we can utilize that membership and what they provide to us as a board.
We'll be happy to provide that for not just the two that are listed here today, but any of the others that are listed on the membership list for our board. So we'll get that comprehensive information put together for you all.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 10.4.
Acceptance of gifts in accordance with Board Policy 3290, gifts, grants, and bequests.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, now I need to look back and see, it's about the open books one, so I wanted to kind of separate that one out. So maybe I should move to separate that specific one out because there's a list of them. And that's the one I have a question about. The rest I'm fine, but I have a question about the open books.
Okay.
So I move to remove separate a vote for open books.
Okay, so just separate the discussion on open books.
Correct.
Can I get a second? I will go ahead and second that for purposes of discussion. Okay, any other discussion on that specific motion? Okay, let's proceed to vote. This is just for the separation. It's not voting
Yeah,
one way or another.
thank you.
On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Okay, let's go ahead and, so yours is, so which one, what do you want to do first? Do you want to do the other items first or open books first? Let's go ahead and do the other items first.
Okay.
So can I get a motion to approve the approval of the gifts? And let me just pull it up so I can name them. For Jefferson Elementary School, from the Jefferson Elementary Schools Parent-Teacher Organization.
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that one? Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. All right, on a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Okay, let's go ahead and move to the open books discussion. Before we start the discussion, can I get a motion to approve the gift from Open Books to the Santa Ana Unified School District Teaching and Learning?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And go ahead, Ms. Lepsak, for your discussion.
Okay, so I just want to clarify and maybe ask some questions. I'm basing this on books that I've seen in our libraries for open books that they have. I don't know if all of them have an LGBTQ emphasis. I know I did see a social media post. I think it's by a teacher, but I'm not sure, from Pio Pico. I don't know. It did say thank you to Hector for SAUSD at Open Books 501c3 for supporting inclusive literacy. All SAUSD Elementary School received a donation of LGBTQ-themed books, many seen in this beautiful Read the Rainbow Pride Month display at Pio Pico. And, you know, I do have some of the books here that is from Open Books. So I just want to, are they all basically LGBT inclusive books from Open Books?
These are, and we
Okay.
received a donation in 2023 for actually age appropriate and reviewed for K-5 students. This is a donation for K-8 schools and intermediate schools, reviewed and appropriate for grades 6 through 8.
This one is for 6 through 8.
Yes.
Okay, and then the previous one was for elementary schools.
Yes.
Right, and this is for what, $3,000? A donation of
$24.75.
Okay, and now I have primary books here that are already in our schools. You know, I have a lot of them from Open Books. You know, I want to hold some of them up so our community can see. Sparkle Boy, My Rainbow, Read a Cran Story, It Feels Good to Be Yourself, I Am Jazz, Pride, the Story of Harvey Milk, Julian is a Mermaid. These are all open books. When Aiden Became My Brother. And basically, I don't have time to read these books, but I just want our community to know, and I think they are realizing that the bottom line message is that a child can be born in the wrong body. A child can be born in the wrong body, and that gender can be fluid and it's a choice. It can change from day to day or year to year based on one's feelings. So I have a problem with that, but I got voted in. And I was talking about this during my campaign, so I'm trying to represent the people who voted me in. I realize that okay. I realize that middle school and high school is different, and I would have brought those books, but I have those books, and I know that President Bustos did ask for a fact check on some of the books that were read from the dais, because I did give Dr. Perez a list of books with excerpts, sampling of books, very sexually explicit books, some graphically explicit. And I don't know to this day if that has been given to President Bustos. I hope that it is, because if not, I'll go ahead and do that myself. What I did is I gave you a list, a cover of the book, excerpts, and on the back I put, according to our Destiny database, which schools have that physically in their library, but also on the SORA, they can be digitally in many more schools and access for kids. So I just want to bring this up. I do want to also say my personal story, and you can find it on my website, brenda4kids.com, the number 4. It's under articles, it's page 4, and it's about my personal story as a kid. I was gender dysphoric. I was a kid that wore Suzuki motorcycle t-shirts and black leather, leather jackets. When I would go into the girls' bathroom, if I was in an unfamiliar area, I would get kicked out of the girls' bathroom, okay? Because they wouldn't know I was a girl. And I was a late bloomer, and I tanned easily. So when I've got a little bit of Cherokee in me, even though I'm Irish and German, but in the summer when I'd get real tan, in 6th grade, the boys that were real mean would call me Beard Woman because my blonde hair would shine and shimmer in the sun. And I went through that teasing. I went through that bullying as a kid. But I thank God that I was not raised with this kind of messaging. Because if so, I would have been like the woman who shared the testimony of that young woman who went through a double mastectomy at age 14. Child abuse is happening right under our noses right now. And it's not acceptable. It's not tolerable. It's not inclusive. It's not welcoming. And it's not saving lives. It's harming lives. Okay?
Can you all please go ahead and share for the community, if a parent was concerned about a book that was available to our students in a library, how would that parent communicate with the school about that concern?
Absolutely. We have a board policy number 1312.2, that talks about any complaints that anyone has who is a parent or staff or a district resident about any instructional material that includes library materials. There is a form that they can fill out that we actually put on our district website. So if you click on sausd.us, you go to the parent tab, you'll see that complaint form there. They are able to fill it out, and then we actually conduct an investigation, and it's tied directly to this board policy.
And then the books that, or the donation that we're accepting today, those books are going directly to, you said secondary schools, intermediate schools, 6-8 schools?
It is. So we one set will go to each one of our schools, K-8 schools and intermediate schools. They are age appropriate for grades 6 through 8, and they have been reviewed with our district librarian, staff from LAUSD, Rincon Valley LAUSD, or Rincon Valley USD as well. Sorry. They have been reviewed, and we will have one set that actually resides with us, resides with the district librarian within teaching and learning.
And then, are we the only district that receives donation from Open Books?
No, we are not.
Do you have a number of districts that, partner with Open Books?
I do not, but I can get that information for you. I can ask our district librarian who would know more about this, and we can provide it in a B2B if that's something you're interested in.
Okay, yes, please, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Alvarez?
Just a couple of quick comments. Board policies. We actually have board policies that address complaints about books and instructional materials. Board Policy 1312.2, complaints concerning instructional materials, provides a process for parents, community members to challenge instructional materials, including books. So we actually have a policy in place that addresses this. Attached to that policy is a complaint form that parents can fill out. We also have Board Policy 1312.3, Uniform Complaint Procedures. It's a broader complaint process that can also apply if instructional materials violate student rights. I believe that all of us here, those of us here, we're board members. We all have all the rights and privileges of an elected official. If we as board members feel that any policy is being violated, I believe that we have an obligation to request that the policy be reviewed. So I just wanted to mention that when concerns are raised regarding books, we have to refer to the policy, and in addition to these policies, in one of these policies, there's actually a procedure towards where if someone challenges a book or complains or is concerned about a book, the superintendent can convene a special committee to go through and to read the books. So I just wanted to make that comment that if as board members we feel that we're violating policies, we have a procedure so that can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. And just just really quick to clarify on that point, Dr. Perez, have you received a complaint or request from a parent or community member to review any books or any literature in our libraries to this day? Have you formed any kind of committee?
I have not done that. There has, to my knowledge, not a single complaint has come to us. For sure, I have not put together any committee.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Marquez.
So the only thing that I was going to say to add on to what you're saying, Dr. Alvarez, we also have Board Policy 6163.1, which talks about our library media centers. It talks about our process for reviewing books and anything else that goes in the library. And it does also talk about Board Policy 1312.2, which Dr. Alvarez mentioned. If anybody has a concern about the books, this is the complaint form that people have access to, and they're allowed to submit.
Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if, so I know we're discussing books, but it brings me back to a few meetings ago. I think in August, we had a presentation on our student support plans. We had legal here as well to answer any questions that we had. And something that came up in conversation afterwards, actually with our Assistant Superintendent of Student Services, with Eddie Bustamante, I was wondering if you could speak to it, because we didn't get to speak to it during the presentation, but I think these books may be doing a role that our parents are actively seeking. You mentioned something about your experience like being a principal. Wondering if you could speak to that. What you were seeing as far as parents who were approaching campus, in what kinds of contexts were our school sites as principal, were you seeing these types of transition plan meetings and the types of supports parents and students are seeking actively?
Sure. So I'll just speak from my experience. What had occurred at the site was basically we had parents come to us asking for us to help them. So in terms of the student coming to us, that didn't occur. It was the two instances that we were able to help parents. It was the parents coming in with the student asking for us as a site to be able to help provide safety and help provide the support for the kid.
Thank you for sharing. And the connection I was, and I know this was very impromptu, but the connection I was making is some of the books that we were just, shown, just from the titles, right? I imagine some of them are the goal may be to help families be able to have these conversations. And it came back to me that you had shared that in your experience, it was really parents seeking, like, please help me be able to support my student.
It was, when you have a mom coming to you asking you what you can do to help them, that's really powerful for us at the site. So that was my experience at the site. We had the parents, the moms coming to us asking for support. So.
And it also sounded like you mentioned safety, and I remember in our conversation, it was like, please help me be able to make sure that they might not be bullied, that there's safety. And so I imagine
Yeah, it's with any kid, right? They wanted the same for any other kiddo, is they wanted to make sure that their kid was safe. And as a school, what are you going to do to guarantee their safety, right? And what are you going to guarantee that they could be here at school in a safe and conducive learning environment? So those are conversations, that's how it started for us. And then obviously with the support and the stuff that we had, then we were able to help parents along the way and provide the resources.
Thank you. And I was wondering if your team could share about, in connection with the books, if you're familiar with maybe some of the topics of the books and what they're, the goal of these books, because based on the title, it makes me think of they're trying to help students have these inclusive conversations and create like a safe space among students who may be navigating things differently than they are.
You are exactly right, Ms. Brazier-Aceves. That's exactly the intention behind these books. We are required to provide books in our libraries. We are required to have curriculum that is diverse and inclusive. It is part of what we do, and we're following the California statute. So this is part of it. These books actually help our students feel seen and heard. It helps them make connections. It is diverse. There are a wide variety of titles that are here. Each school will receive approximately 13 titles that they will have access to, our students will.
Thank you so much.
And just say that in a city like ours, where we don't have enough public libraries to serve our population of over 350,000 residents, our school libraries are more critical than ever. They are often the only places where many of our students can discover the joy of reading and get access to new books. So thank you to Open Books for the donation. These books will help diversify our library's collection, because when students see themselves reflected in a book, it validates their identity and fosters a sense of belonging in their school sites and in our district. So I'm happy to support this item, and thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, a few things. Dr. Perez, you said there were no complaints, but sitting here on the board, I've heard them. We've heard them. Heartstopper was one. Somebody came up and said that they found it in Sora in their middle school students. So I'm not sure where you're getting that from, but we heard it with our own ears coming from the board. Of the people that came to me directly, nobody wants to be shamed to be called a racist or bigot or anything like that, so they'll just leave the district. When I asked some people, check out the dual immersion program at Pio Pico, it's a great program. You know, we've got the best program. They went and checked it out. They said, I'm not going there. They're pushing the gender ideology. I don't want to go there. I'm being honest with you folks. You're wondering why we're losing enrollment. Nobody wants to admit it. It's not just about lower birth rates and high rent. There's something going on here. And we need to admit it to ourselves, because parents are not going to say anything because they don't want to be shamed. They don't want to be harassed. They don't want to be bullied. They'll just leave. And you said they went to Fountain Valley? Check out Fountain Valley. Do you see rainbow hearts and transgender hearts and We Care transgender hearts all over the lobby when you go to Fountain Valley Unified? I mean, not Unified, but elementary school district, K through 8? No, you do not. No, you do not. Also, Mahmoud versus Taylor. Are we addressing that? I know you talked about the board policy, but we have a Supreme Court case here. Parents have the right to be notified if they're going to be getting a story time in the library, if they're going to be getting an assembly that might be anti-bullying, but they're going to be bringing in gender identity. They have the right to be notified ahead of time if it could infringe upon their religious, sincerely held beliefs. Okay, and these do infringe on those beliefs. So how are we notifying parents ahead of time? K through 12. It's not just elementary. And how are we providing opt-outs so that we are compliant with federal law? I know that you say that work required by state, but we do have executive orders that are giving us a window out that we do not have to comply, nor are we required, because federal law does overstep state law. Also, I do want to bring up, and I brought up again, that if a teacher, and I'm hoping that principals, I'm hoping teachers are listening. They probably aren't as much since we're not going through a lot of stuff right now, but I hope, Santa, you'll pass this on to them, because I am passing it on to my community. If a teacher assigns a book that's sexually explicit, that student, and it does not give that student any other option, that student can file a uniform complaint against that teacher for sexual harassment, for unwelcomed, sexually explicit text or graphics that they don't want. And I want the students to know their rights about that. And I also want to bring up about school site councils, because they can also, when you're getting these huge donations of open books, school site council, we're not the only ones that have the power. You have local control in your school sites. If you don't want these books, you don't have to accept the donation. The school site councils can look over the books and they can determine what they want or don't want. Am I correct on that, Dr. Perez?
I'm going to exercise what you asked me to exercise
Of
when we
course,
spoke.
unless I said something wrong.
So, school site council has oversight for what they pay for, and it's within that budget that we talked about. So, school site council has oversight of funding that is within their purview. A donation, school site council would not have purview over a donation to the school. Now, other people, may have oversight of that, but specifically, school site council is designed to provide oversight for the budget and the programming that's lined up with those dollars that are issued for school site council, purposes. I think I shared this last time, and I just want to recap it so people understand. A school has a budget, an entire budget that is for staffing and for what I'm going to call general fund, what the normal dollars it takes to run a school. And then there is a piece of that budget that is within the purview of the school site council. So it's not the entire budget, it's a piece of that budget. And then specifically to donations, they wouldn't technically have oversight of receiving a donation or rejecting a donation.
Correct. They can choose whether to put it out or not. A donation. Whether to use it or not. Just because something's donated doesn't mean I have to use it. Correct?
Yes, but school site council wouldn't have that oversight. I just want to be clear on that
Okay,
part.
got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other speakers on the list? Dr. Alvarez?
Just one last quick comment. Parents do have rights, and it's actually codified in our policies and procedures. Policies come about as a result of legislation, as a result of lawsuits, as a result of tragedy. I believe that we are following legislation. We are following the law. Board Policy 5020, Parent Rights and Responsibility. Parents have the right to review curriculum and instructional materials, including books, and request alternative assignments when appropriate. Earlier, when I spoke, I did speak about the different ways that parents could express their concerns through the complaint process. Us as board members, if we feel that we're not following, if we feel that we're not following policy or that a policy is not in line with legislation, we do have, as policymakers, as board members, if we feel that a policy needs to be changed, then I think that it's an obligation that we have as board members to bring it up to the superintendent, that we feel that we should revisit a policy. Those were all my comments.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify for the community that the conversation that we're having today is related to a donation to intermediate school students. How many books did you say were going to be donated to each site?
195 books
Total.
total.
So, but for each site?
For each site, roughly 13, if I remember correctly.
13. Approximately how many library books do we have in an intermediate library? I'm sure, thousands?
Yes.
In the thousands, for sure.
For sure.
13 books compared to thousands and thousands and thousands of books that are offered to our students. What's happening here is fear-mongering. That's the reality. What's happening here is fear-mongering. Parents do have rights, but students also have rights. As a school board, it's our responsibility to follow the law, to make sure that we're compliant with California's Fair Education Act that requires us to present fair, accurate inclusive, and respectful depictions of historically underrepresented groups. And so when we accept a donation like this, it's making sure that we're following the law and that we're providing this literature to our students. And so, again, Superintendent, I'm going to ask you, have you received a formal complaint from a parent that has then triggered you to create a committee to review any literature since you've been appointed as superintendent?
I have not received any complaint through that process at all. The process that was described where folks can go onto our website and actually ask for materials to be reviewed, we have not received a single complaint.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So things folks might come out to board meetings and give public comment, but there is a process that needs to be followed. So if parents genuinely have a concern, parents in our district, you have children in this district. I don't know what that policy and how wide and general it might, if it's any community member, if it's just parents. Can you actually clarify that point, please?
Sure. The district shall accept complaints concerning instructional materials, which includes library books, only from staff, district residents, or the parents, guardians of children enrolled in the school district.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So those individuals that were just mentioned, if you genuinely have a concern, please go through that process. Please go through that process. To this day, our superintendent has confirmed that that hasn't happened. So up until this point, until we go through that process, as a board member, there really is, I'm going to continue to follow California law and make sure that we're in line with the Fair Education Act and all of the other statutes that as a school district we need to follow. And again, want to clarify that although there might be executive orders, that is not federal law. We heard that from the attorney the last time that we had a conversation related to student identity support plans. And so again, it's important if we're going to be sharing information up here on the dais that it's accurate and that it's rooted in truth, and that we're actually not confusing our parents and our families about what's happening in our schools and in our libraries. Again, we're not here to hide anything. The process is clear. It's on our website. If you have questions or concerns, please email, call the office of the superintendent. What we're trying to do here is make sure that, again, our students are able to see themselves represented in the literature that they read. That our students are able to see their family members represented in the literature that they read. And so, again, encourage anybody who might have a genuine concern about the books in our libraries at any level to please reach out to the office of the superintendent so that we can go through a formal legal process. Okay? And seeing and hearing no other folks on the speaker list, let's go ahead and proceed to vote. On a 4 yes, 1 no vote, the motion carries. All right, let's go ahead and move to item 10.5.
Approval of extended field trips in accordance with Board Policy BP 6153, school-sponsored trips. Administrative Regulation AR 6153, school-sponsored trips. Administrative Regulation AR 6153.1, extended school-sponsored trip, and Board Policy 51453.31, transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming students.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, I just want to mention about this board policy that was passed in 2023. When I was campaigning not that long ago, 8 months ago, people didn't know about this policy that was passed. So I'm glad that we gave the presentation. I did talk to the Orange County Register this week. Of course, there was a article that was done on Mahmoud versus Taylor, and I gave some information about that. I also told the reporter about this policy. She asked for the link. I gave her the PDF. And my hope is that parents, you have to make the decision. Community members, you have to make the decision. Do you want biological boys in the girls' safe places, such as restrooms, locker rooms, and hotel rooms when they go to overnighters, including science camps? You have to make that decision, and it's going to be based on who makes the decision on this board. But I hope our community speaks out where they're at on that issue. And I will vote no because the community that voted me in said that's not what they want.
Okay, Dr. Alvarez?
I just had a couple of questions, just for clarification in regards to the policy. One of the comments that was made was that we're allowing boys to sleep with girls or girls to sleep with boys or whatever. So in accordance with, actually, I guess what I'm asking for is the application of this policy. So let's say if we have a girl that considers herself to be a boy that says, I don't want to sleep with the girls, and it's an overnight trip, how would we handle that?
So I am going to ask Ms. Barkin to come up. She has actually become quite immersed in this and has the board policies always at hand, just because it's, we know that these are questions and concerns. We talked about restrooms during that other presentation as well, but would you please address the piece around the overnight field trips?
Sure. I actually would like to invite Ms. Reinhardt up, who actually deals with this all the time as a speech and debate coach and a person who organizes field trips. So you have concrete examples of how we actually talk to children and what we talk to them about and how this process works.
Hi, I'm Vern Reinhardt, and like Ms. Barkeen said, I work for the district in multiple capacities. I'm the LGBTQ liaison. I also serve as a debate coach, and I also help out with any of our college and career programs when we need any help. So the way that overnight field trips work is that no student is forced to room or be in lodging in a private room with anyone that they don't feel comfortable with for pretty much any reason. While our board policy does make it specific about transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming students, we check with all students on everything. So this is how typically overnight field trips are planned. So when we know that we're going to have one, the coaches, whether it's speech and debate or sports or something else, will usually send students a form. It's a private Google form usually, and it'll ask for their rooming preferences. And is there anyone that they don't feel comfortable on the team being in a room with, and what type of room do they prefer? The state of California recognizes 3 genders in which you can get gender markers for: male, female, and non-binary, right? And so we ask the students. Then based on the responses, the coach makes a list of rooms, right? So it's not just about comfortability. We also take things into factors such as age, right? You can't have a student who's 18, who's a legal adult, rooming with a student who's 16, right? So we take all the factors into account and we make a room assignment based on rooms available and, what the students say. Then the coaches check in with the students. So they say, I have you in a room with so-and-so. Is that rooming assignment okay? And if it's okay, then we go forward with that rooming assignment. If a student were to tell us that they didn't feel comfortable or that, let's say they were in a conflict with this student in the prior school year and they don't feel comfortable for that reason. No one's made to room with anyone in where they don't feel comfortable and safe.
Would we ever allow a biological male to sleep in the same room with a biological female?
So no, if the student identifies as male, they cannot put on the form, if they're checking male as their gender marker, that they want a room with a room of females. Okay? Now, let's say a student was born one gender and they did transition, or they came to us from another school district and they have, their information marked and they put their gender on the form. Is there any really way for us to check what that student has, or, other than them self-identifying? No. So, we have to take the student's word for everything. If the student says, I am a male and I want to be in a room with other males, like I said, we go through that process and make it happen. If a student says, I'm non-binary, I want to be in another room of non-binary students, we make it happen. But if a student puts down for their gender marker that they are one gender and they say they want to be in a room with another gender, then no, we do not allow that.
I do want to go back to the part that Ms. Reinhardt talked about, which are conversations, right? Even when students actually select where they want to be, conversations are then had with all other students to make sure that the rooming assignments work for everyone. So this requires a lot of conversations that we actually have with students, and Ms. Reinhardt is not talking about all of the meetings that we actually have with parents that happened before this to organize any type of overnight field trip. It is quite complex, and there are parent meetings that happen. We introduce the board policies, and again, these are conversations that coaches are having with students.
Dr. Alvarez, we'll come back to you if you have further
Yes.
questions. Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, I just want to read it straight out of the policy. Transgender and regarding overnight field trips. Transgender and gender nonconforming students shall not be forced to use sleeping quarters corresponding to their biological sex or assigned sex at birth. It also states that staff cannot disclose a student's status, gender status, to other students or to their parents without that student's permission. So in other words, let's say a girl goes and she doesn't even know ahead of time that there's going to be a biological boy in her room, because we can't deny him if he wants it, according to this policy, and we can't tell the other students if there's going to be a biological boy in that room. Not allowed to, according to this policy.
Remember, the board policy was created to adhere to our legal framework within the state of California. And again, there are multiple conversations that actually happen amongst children to make sure that what we're doing is in agreement with all of them.
Anything?
That was me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I actually want to put some context to this. I know we're exploring all of the possibilities. How many instances of this type of situation have we encountered? Is it less than 10, upwards of 50? How many instances?
Less than 10 so far.
And when those things are happening, we working on a case-by-case basis with the student families?
Correct. So to give an example, for the last time this came up in a school year, the parents of a speech and debate student actually contacted us, and they said, our student is expected to go on this upcoming trip. We want to make sure that they are in a room that's comfortable, because they do identify as non-binary. And so we asked the student, where are you comfortable staying. And they said, I want to stay in a room with other non-binary students. We did not have any other non-binary students going on that trip. So arrangements were actually made for that student to travel with us and one of the parents to accompany us. At the last minute, though, they did have something happen in their family and they weren't able to travel, but that is the accommodation that we made.
Thank you. And I asked that question, and I thank you, board, for allowing me to do that. As a superintendent, I do want to know. I want to know how we are working through these, particular situations with our students to just allow for them to feel safe, to feel like they're able to participate, because it makes me think about, are there students who don't know and are like, I'm just not going to participate because I don't want to have to deal with whatever, So I'm just curious. I was just curious.
And some do choose to stay alone, and in that case, we make sure that we have extra chaperonage available to make sure that student is safe staying alone. And I will tell you, I think I'm 3 years into this work now, and I have not had one single parent complain or be worried about their female student spending the night with a student they thought was a biological male. But I have had, about 10 parents come and say, hey, I am worried about my LGBTQ or non-binary student being comfortable on this trip.
Thank you. Dr. Alvarez?
I would like to call up Mr. Bustamante. Could you tell us about how you handled the bathroom issue at your school when you were at Saddleback?
Correct. So, again, from a site perspective, is the same thing for any student. So when the law was very clear to us, it wasn't about creating restrooms for certain individuals, about creating restrooms for everybody. So anybody could be accommodated. So what our staff decided to do is we had staff restrooms that were your single restrooms, right? Kind of like what you have at Starbucks. Anybody can use them. And so what we decided to do is just create those staff restrooms. They decided to make them into restrooms for students. And any student had access to that. So although it was created in that space with the law, it's also available for any student. And that was the clear part. So if we had a student who, again, say, wanted to use that restroom, then they also had access to that restroom. Okay.
I found out about the restrooms because I was at Saddleback, I think 3 years ago.
Yes.
So around 3 years ago, I wanted to use the restroom, so I'm walking over there trying to open the door, and he comes over and says, no, that's not a staff restroom anymore. So I saw the one at Saddleback. They also have one at Santa Ana High School. I think the question that we asked last time was how many schools have those types of facilities built in?
I think just in general, because being at the high school, working together as a high school team, we basically took as many restrooms that we could that were able to just flip it into just a normal restroom and be able to have a card to it, right? So it depends on the site. I know we all shared the same information that for some of us high schools that were older high schools, we knew we had those type of restrooms that were staff restrooms. And then we also had the new staff restrooms that we could have for like 20 or 30, but those are more indoor. So it'd be hard to tell how many actually have them, but I know around that time, a lot of the older high schools, we had the same type of restrooms from where you couldn't use it from the outside that kids could have access to if we decided to turn it into a restroom for anyone.
And my last question, or one of my last questions, is I have a question about football. I don't remember about your school, but I know that at Century we have, the last 8 years, we've had at least 3 girls that played on the football team. They play with the boys. So if a girl comes up and says, or someone comes up and says, I'm a girl, biological girl, I want to play on the boys football team, how would we handle that? in regards to everything, including the gym. I mean, the locker room.
Well, they have the same access. So the thing about high school kids are very clear. What they wanted to do, for example, for us, we had basketball, is they come to us and say, you know what, I want to be part of the team. I want to try out for the team. If they make the team, that's awesome. Then we just accommodate them, kind of like what Ms. Reinhardt was talking about. Is we have a conversation with them. In my experience, usually the girls want to be in their own locker room, you know, where they're dressing and all, but during halftime they want to be with the team, you know, and at the same time, when they're participating with their teammates, they treat them like any other teammate, you know. So again, we usually reach out to the kiddos and ask what they're more comfortable with.
Thank you.
Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for this very helpful, informative information. And I wanted to thank Dr. Perez for the way that you guided the questions that you brought up. It allowed me to think about this in a new way as well, in a different way than sometimes what the questions have been. And so, you know, for our students that might be hesitating to seek support or to feel safe and to be able to know what our policies are, and that there are amazing folks on our teams doing this incredible work to make sure every family gets their questions answered and feels safe before any kind of overnight field trip, so that they can participate. It's about access. And originally I had a question, and I think my colleague, Dr. Alvarez, asked it, but I just really want to highlight it again, that, and thank you, Ms. Reinhardt and Ms. Barkeen, for sharing. So through actual examples that you gave and you shared, there's been about only 10. I say only because, you know, we are, you know, still a very large school district, so 10 is not too many, very many to me. But that my question was going to be, have parents come to you with a concern, fears around students of different genders, you know, being together? And it was very clear to me by this conversation and from the information you presented that no, actually parents, again, as Mr. Bustamante had shared, parents are the ones who are seeking support from the district. And it's these types of policies that allow our teams, and you have done so much work to develop these intricate systems, allow you to support them and make sure that everyone can participate and feel safe. So I hope that our community, you know, continues to feel safe and that there's more acknowledgement or access to these policies. So thank you.
Ms. Lepsak?
Oh, yeah, I had a question for Ms. Reinhardt. Just curious, so far, have we had this issue come up in any of our science camps, overnighters for elementary students?
No, we have not had this issue come up in the time that I've had this position for our science camps. But our folks that do science camps are trained on how we do overnight field trips.
And what about the cabin leaders? I know that Los Alamitos School District had a situation where one of the cabin leaders was biological male, identified as non-binary, and was overseeing the girls' cabin, and the parents didn't know it until the girls came home, so it caused an uproar from the parents. I think a lawsuit, but yeah. So could you address that?
So that lawsuit was in Los Alamitos Unified School District, and just as you said, at that particular science camp that Los Alamitos chose to go to, one of the workers at the science camp, a cabin leader, did not view themselves as a biological female, and they were overseeing female students. Now, here's a few things about the law that we have to be clear on. So, as Dr. Hacker, I believe, said a few board meetings ago, we do not own or control the science camps. We decide which one to go to, right? And so the science camp is responsible for hiring those employees. Depending on the type of science camp it is dependent on which state laws they have to follow. So if it's a private science camp, maybe run by a church or a religious organization, not all of them, some of them you will find that they have rules for their employees that the cabin leader or the person chaperoning certain aspects of the camp will have to identify as the same gender as the students that are in the camp. However, if they are a public camp funded by public funds, then the law is that they go by ratio, right? So they have to have so many chaperones, so many adults to students that are attending the camp. And the chaperones have to go through a background check and everything, just like a school employee would if they're working with children. But it is my understanding that in some of those cases, cabin leaders may be of a different sex, but they don't enter the cabin. It's simply checking on the kids, that it's not something that they would be in those quarters with the kids.
And that's in writing on the contracts with the science camps that we work with that are publicly ran?
So, of course, I don't know. I mean, I have not seen the contracts for these camps, but that is typically how state law is followed by these camps.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and move us through and go ahead and call the vote. And so thank you all so much for your clarifications and answering our questions. Really appreciate it. Okay, so let's go ahead and move to vote on this item. Okay, on a 4 yes, 1 no vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 10.9.
Approval, ratification of listing of agreements, contracts with Santa Ana Unified School District for 2025 to 26 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, 10.9. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it was number 1, core districts for 200,000. And maybe we should move out number 1, core districts, and number 2, national equity project. Just those 2 out for voting separately.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that we vote separately for core districts and separately for national equity project.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve? Actually, can I get a second to that motion? I'll go ahead and second. Any discussion? Okay, let's proceed to vote, just to separate these two. Okay, on a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Let me go ahead and make a motion to approve numbers 3 through 7 on the listing. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion on those? Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Brazier-Seves.
Thank you. So I wanted to highlight number 3, our contract with Padres Unidos. I wanted to take a moment to express my deep support for our partnership with Padres Unidos, who for generations have stood alongside our students and families here in Santa Ana, actually since 1999. This past year, as our community faced several tragedies, they went above and beyond to support our grieving families and school sites, demonstrating once again the heart and strength of this partnership. Through this contract, Padres Unidos will continue providing vital services to families, ranging from community workers to parent education and leadership modules that strengthen both families and our broader community. Through their leadership pipeline and institute, they pour into and employ many of our own district parents, which shows just how intentional they are to uplift our families. And I know we have Doctora Patty Huerta Mesa in the audience today. So thank you, Doctora. If you could wave so everyone can see you. Thank you, Doctora. I know you're hiding back there, but I wanted to acknowledge you. I know you're in the audience. I see you every year. Your contract's renewed, and your team members who work in our schools are truly making a lasting impact. Their care is palpable. So thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments, Ms. Brazier-Seves. Seeing and hearing no other comments, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Let's go ahead and move to number 1, which is core districts. Can I get a motion to approve the
So
core
moved.
districts contract? Thank you, Ms. Brazier-Seves. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Lepsak.
Yeah, I do appreciate, I know that Dr. Perez took down the amount of money. It was a lot more, right? I can't remember the exact amount, but I think it was like 138,000 less than we were paying. So this one is now for 200,000. In looking at core districts, I know that probably this board isn't going to agree with me, but I do know that at the last board meeting, you talked about something about we would pay consultants based on outcomes promised were delivered. So I read the contract. I didn't see anything in there that said pay would be based on them producing the outcome promised.
Thank you for the question. So I did mention that we were using outcomes-based contracting, not on every single contract yet. We were taking that a piece at a time. And so what we had been engaging in outcomes-based contracting. So that's the only area at this point that we have implemented the outcomes-based contracting.
And how many years have we been using this consultant group?
Oh, gosh. I don't know. I know that we have for as long as I've been here. And actually there is a probably at least a 10-year history with Santa Ana Unified and Core.
Okay, so for 10 years, it just seems to me that they haven't produced. It isn't a satisfaction guaranteed to where they're actually producing higher outcomes for our students. And I think we need to, instead of just going with the status quo and keep on using the same groups that aren't producing results, I think we need to look elsewhere. That's my personal opinion. Also, I do understand that core districts promotes equity grading. My understanding, correct?
I'm sure that there are schools within Core, within this network. I want to explain it is a consortium of the largest urban districts in the state of California. So there are probably districts that use equity-based grading. In my experience, I haven't gone through any training with Core around equity-based grading per se. But there are probably districts within the consortium that do equity-based grading.
Yeah, I mean, based on the research I did with core districts, they really emphasize equity grading. And I know we just heard a teacher speak to listen to the teachers. I think it's important that we listen to the teachers and not just the people that are the theorists pushing the papers and telling teachers what to do. Being a teacher myself, somebody who's a practitioner, I think it's important that we listen to teachers. And I read some articles recently about equity grading. A lot of articles, I've been doing a lot of research on it. Ed Week just recently put out one, August 20th, 2025, based on a national teacher survey. Questions were asked about equitable grading policies such as no zeros, no late penalties for late work, unlimited retakes on tests and quizzes, no credit for homework, or participation in class in K through 12 schools. Many teachers expressed skepticism, with a strong majority believing that practices like giving partial credit for missing work actually harms student engagement. So that is why I'm going to vote no on core districts.
Can I give a little bit of background on our work, what we're using them for, just because I want to make sure that our board is aware and that the community is aware. So the work that we're doing with CORE is around our 9th grade on track. There's several of our schools that are participating in this, I want to say initiative, but initiative implies that we're just starting something and we've been with it for a little bit. So that is the work that we're doing with CORE, again, across districts like Oakland, San Francisco, Fresno, Long Beach, the large urbans. And it's really looking at ensuring that our 9th grade students stay on track for graduation in A through G, So preventing students from actually falling into that place where we're credit deficit. So that's part of the work that we do with CORE, and it's coupled with our research and evaluation team having a network of people. Again, working in a large urban is very different than working in a small rural district or, a mid-sized district, and how you manage data and how you look at that data and who we can pair ourselves with. And so these are the pieces that we are actively engaging with CORE. I just want everybody to be clear on that.
Ms. Brazier-Seves?
Yeah, thank you. I'm in strong support of this item and the goals we have set with our partnership with core districts. This is actually something that Dr. Perez and I have had many conversations over the last few years as we're talking about our student success and how we're setting our students up for success academically and into their careers and college. Through this training, our school site staff and admin will focus on strategies and systems to ensure students stay on track throughout 9th grade, paving the way for early intervention rather than waiting until later in high school to recognize if they may need support. By building systems to identify and engage students early with interventions tailored to their needs, we can provide proactive support that sets them up to thrive and succeed long term. This is a responsibility we have to our students and our families, and this partnership is designed as a support to our staff who are implementing this critical work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brazier-Seves. Any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 4 yes, 1 no vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 10.11.
Approval, ratification. Number 2 is the national
Oh,
equity.
yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. Let's go ahead and, can I get a motion to approve the contract with the National Equity Project?
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Lepsak.
Yeah. In my own research of National Equity Project is that it teaches implicit and explicit bias, structural racialization through the lens of systemic oppression, which parallels immutable skin color to controversial gender ideologies and expansive sexualities. When I've shared these critical race theories with many of my Black constituents in Santa Ana, they feel that this is a hijacking of the civil rights movement. They resent that skin color is being equated with gender choices and sexual preferences. So, in order to fairly represent the majority who voted me into office, I will vote no on the National Equity Project because I believe it should be taught as a theory in higher education, not as a fact in K through 12 grades.
Dr. Perez, can you or someone from your team share a little bit about the National Equity Project and really, our partnership and the goals
Sure.
As a result of this partnership
Yes,
and contract?
the team is coming forward. Thank you.
The National Equity Project is working in our community schools, so I'm going to have Dr. Gomez share with you exactly the work that's being done and how we're building systemic capacity across all schools.
Good evening. So we started working with the National Equity Project last school year to start beginning to build capacity. So last year, a lot of work was around the theory. And so I just want to make sure that we're understanding what we're doing with our teachers is based on 3 different facets. First one is complex systems theory, which when we're trying to change a system, it's not as easy as you drop one domino and everything else falls in line because we're working in structures that are very messy and complex. And so when we're trying to change them, it's really difficult. And so that's the first thing that we kind of focus on is that things are not linear. This is messy work because we're working in a complex system. The other piece of it is on equity. And the work that we're doing around equity is really about inclusion and including all voices. So historically, when we make decisions, normally it's a couple of people in a room making decisions. What we're trying to do now is making sure that all voices are being included and all voices are at the table. So when we look at it from the lens of equity, we ask ourselves, whose voices are missing? Who else should be here? Who has a different lens or an expertise that can help us understand this a little bit better? And whether it's a needs assessment or asset mapping, or they have a better understanding of issues. So like I'll give you an example when we're talking about English language learners. So oftentimes we think they're a monolithic group. They're all the same, right? They're having the same struggles. But in one of our schools, when we started thinking about our English language learners, we focused on our newcomers. And we thought, okay, we're representing, let's make sure we have parents and students who are newcomers be part of a focus group. Let's do empathy interviews and let's try to understand things from their perspective. What came out very clear is that all non-newcomers were the same. We had newcomers who were coming with family members they've never met. And so the family member understands the system, the educational system very well. But the student was isolated from their family, was having to meet new people, right? And so their challenges and the support that they needed were very different. Other students were newcomers who were coming with their families. And so they were introduced to a whole new system, but they were with their families. So the support that they need was a little bit different. And then we still had other people who were coming in as refugees. So it's just newcomers. It's a label that we use, but there's so much depth and complexity into the stories of the people who we're working with and we serve. And so really when we're talking about equity is like making sure that we're understanding all these stories and the nuances so that when we're providing support, we provide the right supports for the people that we're serving. So that's the equity piece, right? And then the last one is the whole thing on design thinking. And normally we do like the Plan, Do, Study, Act, right? But with the liberatory design with National Equity Project is we first have to see the system or see the community that we're working in. We engage them to understand the problem deeper, and then we act. What are solutions that we can all collectively come together and think about, even thinking outside the box, to try to figure out how we can solve these issues and work together. So really, the work that we're doing with National Equity Project is how do we put this design thinking and the way that we implement transformation of our schools. And so we are working with all 20 of our community schools. This year, the National Equity Project is going to be doing a lot of the coaching and what we call design sprints. So it's going to be doing this see, act, engage process, where we're going to see the system, engage the community, and then act and try some solutions. And we're hoping we can do some design sprints around this. And so we're expecting to include all voices in this process.
Thank you. And so is National Equity Project, are they sending in staff to teach our students ideologies or theories? Is that what's happening here?
No, that is not what it is.
Can you clarify who they're going to be working with directly?
They're going to be directly working with our community school coordinators, our site administrators, and then the priority teams at the community schools, mostly teachers.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Any other discussion? Okay, Ms. Lepsak?
I would just encourage people to do their own research and go to Google, look it up, look at the foundational root of what it's based. Now, I'm not saying, I think everything you're doing is wonderful, okay? And it's just that when you look at, there's a philosophy and a theory behind it. And the people such as yourselves have great intentions, okay? And I'm not doubting that at all right? You're doing great things for kids. It's just that this particular organization has a critical race theory root, and which I think is harmful, and many people believe it is grounded in Marxism. And so I'm not going to vote for it. So that's what it is.
Ms. Brazier-Seves?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Doctora. I just wanted to ask for clarification, because what I've come to understand and know around community schools is a major component is culturally rooted curriculum. And so is this partnership helping with that? Because I noticed you mentioned they're directly working with educators. And so I was just wondering if this is connected with that component of community schools, the work that's being done?
It could be. It's going to depend on whatever the school community decides to focus on. So every school community will have a priority that they're going to focus on, that they're going to see, engage, and act on. So it could be that it has to do with cultural relevant curriculum. It could be on building positive school culture, improving attendance. So whatever the school decides, and this is where the community leads the work that we do.
Okay, thank you. And I could see this as being a great benefit if that is the route they choose, right? Because I know one of the things we hear is, our teachers have so much on their plate, and in community school efforts across the county, folks are looking at how can we support our educators. And so I feel like this organization sounds like they're bringing in a lot of supports and trying to figure out how they can help our educators really ground and root in the community schools model. So thank you.
All right, with no further discussion, let's go ahead and proceed to vote. On a 4 yes, 1 no vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 10.11.
Approval ratification of listing of software license agreements with Santa Ana Unified School District for 2025 to 26 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember what number it was about number 45, the Sora Overdrive Digital Library Curriculum. And so I just, again, and I think we've already talked about this, and I don't want to keep bringing it up, but just want to make sure that even with our digital resources that we are following the Supreme Court mandate, which is to notify parents. How are we notifying parents? I don't think that has actually been addressed yet, and I'm hoping we can get a presentation on that. How are we addressing parents, notifying them, telling them about opt-outs in case, even if it's on a digital platform, so that their rights are honored and respected? Okay, that's all.
Seeing and hearing no other comments, let's proceed to vote. On a 3 yes vote with 1 abstention by Ms. Lepsak and Dr. Alvarez absent, the motion carries. All right, and with that, we'll go ahead and move on to our presentation portion of the agenda, beginning with our district's unaudited actuals for the 24-25 school year.
Thank you, President Bustos. I see Ms. Jennifer Cisneros making her way over, and do want to acknowledge that our CBO, Mr. Ron Hacker, is not with us this evening, and Ms. Jennifer Cisneros will be providing the presentation in his stead. Thank you for being here with us.
Of
And
course.
we will turn it over to you.
Thank you, and good evening, board members, Superintendent Perez, Cabinet, and community. My name is Jennifer Cisneros, Executive Director of Finance and Operations, and I'm sure you're all going to miss Mr. Hacker tonight, and I promise to do my best to make the numbers exciting as exciting as he does. I'm hoping to earn my first budget badge tonight.
There you go.
So I am pleased to present the 2024-25 unaudited actuals, and tonight I'll share where we ended the year financially, the drivers around both revenue and expenditures, and really what this means as we think about the multi-year. So this should look very familiar to a lot of us who've seen this presentation. And as we know, the budget process is cyclical with key check-in points. So back in 2024, June 2024, the board adopted the LCAP and the budget for the 24-25 school year. And then we had several opportunities throughout the year at first interim and in December, and then our second interim in March, to really fine-tune our projections, look at our expenditures and revenues, and make some adjustments. And then in June of 2025, the board adopted the 25-26 budget along with the estimated actuals for 24-25. And this was really an opportunity, our last opportunity, to make any final adjustments before we move towards closing the books. And so you'll see we are now here in the timeline in September, bringing forward the unaudited actuals for you to review and consider. So the first thing we're going to start with, if I can, there we go, is our ending fund balance. And just to orient people who've never seen this chart before, I know a lot of us have, but the figures that you see on the left side of that red line are our actuals. So these are years that are real numbers from including 24-25. And then all the numbers on the right side are going to be our projections for our multi-year And so what's important is you're going to see this red line throughout several slides, so I just want to make sure people are oriented to what that means. So we did close 24-25 with a $216.6 million ending fund balance. And looking ahead into our projections on the right side of that red line, we are projecting a balance decline to $158.2 million in 25-26, $108.7 million in 26-27, and $83.2 million in 27-28. And I think the takeaway here is the overall trend is downward, which highlights the continued need for fiscal stabilization efforts, which the district has already embarked on with direction from our board. Continuing to look at the ending fund balance, and this is something that I've really learned within the last 9 months, really understanding that your restricted and your unrestricted resources. And so just for calibration purposes, I do want to share that your unrestricted, which is represented here in the blue, this is funding that is really flexible, gives flexibility to the district. And then our restricted funds, which you see highlighted in the red, is going to be funds that are for very specific purposes. And as you can see in this chart, again, I know it's might be a little bit hard for some of you to see, but in 24-25 and to the out years, you'll see that there's a rapid decline of our unrestricted funds. Mostly due to the COVID relief funds expiring is contributing to that. In 2024-25, about $83.4 million, or 38% of our ending fund balance is unrestricted. And if you continue to move out, you'll see the decline in 25-26 is projected to be about 35%. In 26-27 will be about 33%. And something interesting happens in 26-27, 27-28, I apologize. You see a slight increase to 47%. And some people may be asking, like, well, why does that happen? We go from 33 to 47, but we're talking about a decline. And it's not because we're growing in our unrestricted resources. It's really because the restricted funds at that point drop off faster. And so that's why we see kind of that percentage go up. And the real challenge in the shrinking unrestricted balance is limiting our flexibility to address any new needs that might come up as a district. A key strategy going forward will be maximizing the use of our restricted funds and as directed in the core resolution that was previously approved by the board. So just a little orientation to this chart and what we see here. We're going to transition and look at our revenue. You will see this chart kind of pop up similarly in other slides. So just to orient folks that are either watching or can see the slides, we are looking at two different variances here. And so we try to color code it for people to help orient folks. So you'll see that blue arrow is really the variance looking at our estimated actuals, which we shared in June, to our unaudited actuals that we're sharing tonight. And then the red and that blue arrow corresponds with that blue column. When you look at the red arrow, we're looking at our unaudited actuals and the variance in our adopted budget. And so you'll see that corresponding red column. So just moving forward, that's kind of the process that we're following. So looking at our revenue from estimated to unaudited in blue, we see really no change in our projections and where we expected ourselves to be at. What you do see is a very slight change, a slight decrease. It's about 1% from our unaudited actuals to adopted budget. That's really contributing from declining enrollment, low COLA for 25-26. In looking at our federal revenue, we see about a 7% decline in both variances, and that's really the cessation of our COVID relief grant funds that's attributing to that. And shifting to our state revenue, again, in that blue, from estimated to unaudited, you see very slight change. But then you do see a decrease, about 16.2%, which is due to our state block grants, as well as STRS on behalf. which is a GASB adjustment. It's an accounting requirement that we're needing to report. But essentially, the state makes a contribution on behalf of districts, and then we are expected to show them as a revenue. So you'll also see it pop up as an expenditure later on. So in regards to our other local revenue, you see a significant increase of 19.1% from our estimated actuals to our unaudited. And this is really because we had Medi-Cal billing that came in. We did not book it as expected revenue. I believe Mr. Hackard shared this before, but just to calibrate everybody, Medi-Cal billing is a little bit unpredictable about when you're actually going to receive it. And so we don't like to put it in the budget until it actually materializes, and then we book it in. So we were able to book it this year, which accounts for the 19.1% increase. You will see a significant decrease in our unaudited actuals to our adopted budget, about 51%. And there's really two contributing factors here. One, we removed the Medi-Cal billing. We booked it for 24-25 because it materialized. We're not sure if it's going to materialize in 25-26, so we took that out of the budget for this year. The other factor is what is called fair value investment. I just learned about this very recently. But fair value means that certain investments in our unaudited actuals are shown as what they could be sold for today, not what they are actually being paid out. Like, we're not actually paid out for these. Like, these are paper, what I attribute to is like paper adjustments and gains and losses that we are required to show. As this is also a GASB accounting requirement. And it doesn't mean that we actually have cash or that it's materialized. It's really just what we have to report as the value of our investments. And your valued investments could be negative, and they could be positive. So that's what is attributing to that decline. So looking at our revenue in the multi-year, and as you can see here, we have that red line again with our actuals and our projections. You see blue, and I'm not really sure for those who can't read it. The blue is our LCFF funding, and you do see that slight decline from 24-25 to current year. Due to declining enrollment and low COLA. And then when you look at the multi-years, it's relatively flat. That means we still have to be mindful that we are competing with declining enrollment and COLA, and so we'll just have to be monitoring that as we move forward. Our federal in purple for the multi-year remains relatively flat, and then green, which is our other state, it also remains somewhat flat in the multi-year. And then you'll see in yellow, you'll see that decline from 24 jumping over the red line, which is what we talked about and in regards to the Medi-Cal billing. And then you'll see that it also remains flat in the multi-year. We do expect when the Medi-Cal billing does come in, that will spike at some point. We're just not sure in what fiscal year that'll pop up. So looking at revenue as a whole, you'll see here LCFF is pretty, our budget is pretty heavily dependent on LCFF at 70%. Our federal has shrunk quite a bit. We're at 5%, and that's mostly our title programs, our title funding. You have 19% showing there for our other state, which is majority of our block grants. And then you'll see a 6% for other local. And I just want to note that that is a boost because of the Medi-Cal billing. So now we're going to turn to salaries and, we're going to turn to expenditures and starting with salaries and benefits. And again, the slide is very similar. Blue arrow is one variance, and the red is another that we're looking at. And as you can see in certificated salaries, our projections were relatively stable at year end at 0%. And you'll see from unaudited to adopted, we are expecting a 13.6% decrease. And that's really contributing from our reduction in force and also our SERP. Our classified salaries in both variances show very little change. And then you'll see our benefits dip slightly at year end in that blue column with the STRS and on behalf adjustment that we had to make on the revenue side, we also had to make in the expenditure side. So that's reflected there, as well as our OPEB adjustments. And then you will see that there is an 11.3% decrease in employee benefits, and that's because we have fewer certificated employees. So when we look at salary and benefits in a multi-year, one thing you'll note is certificated salaries and benefits decline gradually. Classified remains mostly flat throughout our multi-year. It is important, I do want to draw your attention to 27-28, specifically our certificated. Classified, again, remains relatively flat. But certificated salaries do reflect the need for some strategic decisions about filling vacancies. You'll notice about a 24 million decrease from 26-27 to 27-28. So careful staffing management will be key to stabilizing our expenditures. So continuing with our expenditures, but looking at supplies, services, and capital outlay. Again, you see the blue arrows in the corresponding column, the red arrow in the corresponding column. You'll see from estimated actuals to unaudited actuals, we had a 22.5% decrease, and that was really contributing to textbooks, technology, and other supplies and materials that did not arrive in time for us to book it to the 24-25 school year. And so then you'll see in from unaudited to adopted, we see an increase of 32%, and some of that is attributing from the fact that we are now booking those materials and equipment in the 25-26 school year. With regards to services, you'll see there was really no change from estimated to unaudited. But we do see a 24.3% decrease, and really that is in large part due to our fiscal stabilization efforts, reviewing purchase requisitions, looking at utilities, really looking for those ways for us to bring cost savings to the district. In looking at capital, there's some really interesting things happening with capital. So one, there's a 15.7% increase from estimated to unaudited, and that really is because we had ELOP projects, we had KIT projects, which KIT stands for Kitchen Infrastructure and Training Grant that our nutrition services has, and those projects were actually completed in time for us to book them in the 24-25 school year. And then you'll see from unaudited to adopted, we have a 96% decrease in our capital, and that's really attributing to 100% freeze on all general fund capital projects. So when you're looking at this in the multi-year, you'll see the changes, the supplies, and is in the blue chart for those who can't see. It's really tiny writing. And then the purple is representative of the books and supplies is blue, services is purple, and you'll see they are decreasing to kind of work on right sizing cost. Capital outlay, you'll see in 24-25, right on the left side of the red line, there's that huge green bar, and then in 25-26, that's the 100% general fund freeze that you see that huge drop. And then you'll see a slight uptick in 26-27. We're intentionally holding back on capital to protect ongoing operational stability. However, it's not really sustainable. I know Mr. Hacker has talked about this before. Like, we can't just not reinvest in capital projects. And so we did rebound a little bit there, slight investment, and then we go back to a freeze in 27-28. Looking at our expenditures, so this is all of our salaries and benefits, services, our supplies, services, and capital here. You'll see that 81% of the budget is made up of salaries and benefits. So 789 million of the 977 million. And I think it's just something to note that with 8 out of every dollars going to people, staffing decisions have really the greatest impact on the budget. So shifting a little bit, looking at our total revenue and expenditures side by side. Ron always says, Mr. Hacker always says this does really show the story of COVID, and it is absolutely true. You can see that just to orient folks, in green, that's the revenue, and in purple is the expenditures. And in about 2020, you'll see that's when the revenue starts to outpace expenditures. All the COVID money came into the district. And then in about 23, 24 is where you start to see the expenditures are now outpacing the revenue. And in 24, 25, we closed the books with a $145 million deficit. Now, looking in our multi-year on the right side, you can see that gap narrows slightly in the out years as our stabilization efforts continue. So we come back to the ending fund balance, and as I shared previously when the slide was up, this is a downward trend. There is a little bit of good news. So when we look at the ending fund balance in comparison from what we projected at estimated actuals and where we are now at our unaudited actuals, our final ending fund balance for 24-25 is actually $13.4 million more than what we initially projected. And then you'll see that difference carries out into the out years. So careful year-end management allowed us to close slightly stronger than we initially projected back in June. And then just looking at our ending fund balance on this slide, it shows us a little bit more detail. You can see in that blue part of the chart, that's our unrestricted. Remember our unrestricted is our most flexible funding, and that sits at about 35%. We have our ELOP funding, that's about 12%. We have our block grants, which are 14%, and 31 is in other restricted. So this is funding that is not very flexible. And then we have 8% in reserves and other unspendables for economic uncertainties. And it is important to note that most of our ending fund balance is in restricted programs and revenue, or reserves, I apologize, with only about a third of it really being flexible. So core resolution becomes important in making strategic decisions as we continue to move forward. Now, just to bring, we won't go through all these funds, but just really to highlight three in this area, I do want to draw attention to Fund 9, which is our district charter Advanced Learning Academy. ALA is deficit spending at the end of the 24-25 year at about $2 million, leaving an ending fund balance just under $1 million. We're not concerned that they are going to need a general fund contribution. They were part of the reduction in force, and so those adjustments will be reflected in their 25-26 budget. For Fund 12, which is our Child Development Fund, you will notice an increase of $1.2 million, and the column I'm referring to, just my apologies, is the second to the far right that says change. That's where you see the variance. But you'll see $1.2 million increase due to a one-time funding, and they still have plenty of ending fund balance at about $5.7 million. We will still need to continue to watch and monitor and just ensure that we are continuing to staff, in right-sizing staff, or staffing right-sized. And then the last one I want to point out is Fund 13, our cafeteria fund. They are deficit spending about $250,000 with an ending fund balance of about $9 million. I did look at their ending fund balance at the end of last year's unaudited actuals, and they were at about $1 million in deficit spending. And so that's a huge shift for them. And I know a lot of that has to do with efforts that Josh and his team have made around increasing participation, as well as a lot of efforts on getting their staffing more right-sized. So we're going to return to the budget timeline. So now, as we present the unaudited actuals, the next step is for us to really turn them over to our auditors, and they're going to review and test all of our the books. And then in December, they will come back with a report for the board to review. I understand we are also engaging in a financial analysis and audit in November, which is at the request of the board. And now the finance team, they think they had a few minutes to breathe, and they're going to be transitioning to focusing on first interim, which we will be bringing in the next few months. And then that'll allow us and the board to continue to think about what strategic decisions need to be made. And then this shows our upcoming budget engagement commitments with internal and external educational partners. And I know it's a little confusing. The bottom is what's happening in 24-25, and then the top is 25-26. So just for what's coming up most currently, we're going to be meeting with all of the district leaders on Monday, actually this coming Monday, the 29th, and we'll be sharing with them our unaudited actuals. We will be meeting with our labor partners on October 6th, and then we will be hosting 2 town halls for the community, one in person, one virtual, on October 7th. So the unaudited actuals confirm the challenges that we anticipated, but also reflect the discipline of our teams and the importance of all of our stabilization efforts. And so this concludes the unaudited presentation, and I thank you for your time and your leadership. I'm happy. I will do my best to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cisneros, for the presentation. Very thorough presentation. I was gonna say you've earned your budget badge, but we might have some questions, so
okay.
I'll let you know after the questions.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, this is a moment in time for any of my colleagues on the board that might have questions to go ahead and join the speaker list. Might have just done it. Okay, Ms. Brazier-Aceves.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cisneros, for the very thorough step-by-step breakdown of the presentation. It was very easy to follow, so I appreciate that for folks who are watching, for myself. So thank you for your presentation and all of the work that your team does behind the scenes to get all of this data and information on a consistent basis. One of the things in preparation for this meeting, when I was reviewing the presentation with Mr. Hacker and our superintendent, I noticed was the accuracy of the team's projections. Mm-hmm. Could you speak to that a little bit? Because I know that is something that when I stepped into this role, the community, our labor partners were asking for transparency. And from what I understand, the history of the district, before I joined the board, there was some challenges around the accuracy and always being able to pinpoint to the level that your team has now got it to. And so that's been like a goal, right? So that we can really have that sense of trust and build that in our system. And so I was very pleased to see the level of accuracy. If you could maybe pull up that one of the slides that would show that and speak to it.
Do you have a preference? Maybe this one? Salaries and benefits? Or? So the process of, one, I have to take a minute. I hope it's okay. I completely forgot to do one really very important thing. And I did not acknowledge and thank our budget and accounting team because they really are the ones doing a heavy lift. We have experienced an immense amount of transition in the last 8 months from losing really key leadership in the department and also transitioning to a completely new financial system with the county. And so trying to close the books in one system while transitioning to another I am just in so much awe of what they have been able to accomplish. And so I apologize. I missed that when I was speaking earlier. One thing that I will say when we're talking about really trying to get to the level of accuracy, we have our budget technicians who are working with their administrators who are overseeing budgets. They're engaging in conversation and dialogue. are you really expecting this this to materialize? Our salary projections here on this slide, we're really working very closely with position control. We're working very closely with HR. And so I think what was different and felt different, and what's, I've been on this team for a very short time, but based on what people have been sharing with me, is there was maybe a little bit of disconnect between departments. And I think there has been so much more, because we've lost key leaders, it's forced teams to really work closer together and rely on one another and start to communicate and collaborate. And so I think we started to see that. There was also, we also understood the situation we were in the last 8 months, and wanting to do our diligence as a team to bring forward numbers that were that the board could make decisions on, because we knew they were going to impact people. So there was an immense amount of scrutiny on what was being presented, and Mr. Hacker really, with his leadership, helping to support and guide us through the process through staffing transitions. The same process, materials and supplies is a little bit trickier. Position control, we were able to look at real people in real positions, and not that it's easy, but when you're dealing with supplies and materials and you're expecting things to come in. So if you look at this particular one where you see that 22% decrease in what we were expecting to hit the budget and to hit the books, didn't materialize. It's a little bit harder because you can't anticipate shipping and when things will get here. Even though the vendors tell you we'll get it to you in time, they still don't. So, but that's a little bit more tricky. The 0.7% that you see there around services, we were really doing a lot to look at all requisitions, really questioning a lot of services, seeing where we were at and monitoring and really tracking the expenditures. Sorry.
Thank you.
No, you can go ahead and finish your thought. That doesn't.
No,
you're fine.
I think that's my thought. I was right there.
Okay, Ms. Brazier-Chavez, we'll come back to you if you have further questions. Dr. Alvarez.
Just a couple of really quick questions. So we have 81% of our budget is dedicated to salaries and benefits, which means that gives us a small percentage to work with as we're looking at reducing costs and stuff like that. So in regards to management, what cuts have we made in regards to management to help save money?
I can speak to that. So I'll go highest level and then to just management in general. And I think folks who get to interact, such as our board and others in the system, know that there's been a lot of changes to the cabinet level management. When I came on board 5 years ago, we had a cabinet team that was 12. There they are right there. That's it. And so we have really been mindful about that. But I want to connect to what Ms. Cisneros said about the opportunity in all of this is like when we haven't had people in key positions, it forced us to be in conversation with each other because there were less layers and like things in between. So we were able to really have more deliberate and direct conversations. When the team gets as small as it is right there, we've got to be talking to each other and really there isn't room for, oh, this is my area, and I do X, Y, and Z and you do A, B, and C. There is a forced, opportunity for interconnectedness at the cabinet level. And then when we go to our
Sorry, Dr. Perez, can you actually just clarify how many cabinet members you have for folks?
Oh, I'm
in
sorry,
the
you're
audience
right,
who might
because
not be able to see? Yeah.
yes, I apologize to the community. So we have our myself as the superintendent. We have our CBO, our Chief Business Officer, in Mr. Hacker. We have our Associate Soup of Human Resources, Jennifer Flores. We have our Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, Bianca Barquin, and we have Eddie Bustamante, the Assistant Sup of Support Services.
Thank you.
So when it comes to our other management positions, and you know, folks again who work closely recognize the people the positions that are no longer had not been filled, but that ranges from director positions. We used to have a director position for college and career readiness. When positions became vacant, we did not just fill them, and I want to point to some deliberate conversations that I'm having with each of you around what appears on our board docket. So that personnel calendar, I am talking with the board and saying, hey, take a look at the resignations, take a look at the retirements, and sharing with them conversations that I'm having with cabinet around, we are not just filling positions. I need people to be thoughtful, and they know, I asked them that deliberate question, do we need this position in 3 to 5 years from now? Because we have to be mapping and planning for 3 to 5 years from now, not tomorrow. The situations that we sit in currently and always is as a result of somebody planning or not planning 3 to 5 years ago. And so that is how we have to approach things. And so to answer your question, there's been many reductions, at the management level. We pointed out some of them actually in today's meeting when we were talking about, earlier today when we were talking about our special ed coordinators. We made an intentional effort to have special ed coordinators access to AP positions out at the school site because the core values that we're operating on as a district is to try to have as much support at the sites as we possibly can. And that meant we were not going to have as many coordinator positions within the special education department at central office. We do need some coordinator positions at the central office in order to operate, in order to function and still serve well. But we were looking for expertise that we could have at the school site, because that's where challenges were coming up, and schools were having to call, and there were not enough people. So it's building that expertise and getting it out to the school site. So those are just a couple of the examples of what that looked like at the management level.
Thank you. Ms. Magdaleno?
Yes, really quickly, thank you for the presentation. I know you mentioned that our federal revenue is going to decline because that was like the COVID relief grants. But can you explain a little bit about how often our district goes about getting grants and applying for grants, federal and state level?
I know that that's something that happens different departments depending on what their goals and what their objectives are in the district. I know different departments go after grants. We used to have an internal grant writer.
We don't.
Yes, we used to have a grant writer. We did not explicitly not fill that position, but this is a very niche area. The person who filled it retired, and we don't have anybody in our system who does that currently.
Do we have someone with the expertise that is continuing that work?
We do not. We absolutely do not have somebody in our system. I will tell you that through relationships, we have been using some of our partnerships to have access to some experts around grant writing. It may look different for us moving forward, but we do still have to actively be after those things. Here's what I will say. And I'm going to say Marjorie Cochran was the person who helped us, and she was phenomenal, had been with the district for so many years. She did do a pretty solid job of building capacity. So what was happening was that, for example, CTE was going after grants, and she had been working with them over the years where they can get things into pretty solid shape, and she was serving as a kind of a content expert, and she would go back and forth with folks. That's what she was doing. And so, having someone on a consultant basis might work for us because I think enough of our team have built some experience, but the expertise did lie with that one person.
Okay, yeah, I think we should definitely look into that, right? Because there's a lot of grants available for us, so we wouldn't want to miss out. And I know our staff are doing their due diligence and also applying for grants, so I appreciate that. Another question that I had is, I know you mentioned you said 100% freeze on the capital outlay projects. Can you explain a little bit about what that means for us as a district?
It means that we aren't taking on any capital projects. Now, there's still other funds that could support capital projects. So you saw ELOP was one of the reasons why we had an increase. They were supporting with capital projects. So there's other restricted funds that are still being able to support. The kitchen infrastructure training grant also is supporting. So it's not it's just 100% in general fund freeze, but there are other capital projects that can that will still come to fruition through other funds.
Great, thank you for that clarification. And I just want to end by thanking you, your team, Mr. Hacker, wherever he might be.
He's here in spirit.
Because I know you mentioned, I had my budget and finance, we had a meeting, we have our quarterly meetings, and they went over the process of this, and it gets complicated. And being new, I'm still learning the process and the complexity of it. So I just want to thank staff for stepping up and making sure that our numbers are as accurate as possible. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Alvarez?
I wanted to thank you you and your staff for the presentation. It looks like you're on your way to earning your badge.
I'm going to put it on a blazer.
Tonight, as we review the unaudited actuals for 24-25, I wanted to take a moment to reflect on what the numbers truly mean, what they truly represent. They are not just lines on a spreadsheet or columns of figures. They are reflections of our values, our priorities, and our commitment to the students and families that we serve. The report shows that 81% of our budget is dedicated to salaries and benefits. This underscores an important truth. Our people are our greatest investment. Every dollar we spend on teachers, support staff, and administrators is a dollar invested in the future of Santa Ana's children. At the same time, it also reminds us of the challenges of the challenge. When enrollment declines and revenues decrease, we must be even more thoughtful about how we allocate resources so that classrooms are protected and learning remains our focus. We also see the reality of shrinking revenues, declining enrollment, a lower COLA, and the expiration of COVID relief funds. These are challenges we cannot ignore. They demand that we, as a board, hold ourselves to the highest standard of fiscal responsibility. Every decision we make must balance today's needs with tomorrow's stability. But with challenges come opportunities. The adjustments outlined in this report, cost containment measures, capital project freezes, and monitoring of supply purchases show that we are taking steps to manage responsibly. Yet the real test is not just how well we close the books on the last year, it's how we plan ahead. Are we aligning our spending with student outcomes? Are we safeguarding reserves so that we can weather economic uncertainty? Are we being transparent with our community so that they can see their tax dollars at work? Our responsibility as board members is to ask the difficult questions, ensure accountability, and provide the public with confidence that their district is both fiscally sound and student-focused. Tonight's report should not just be seen as an ending balance. It must serve as a starting point, a foundation for deeper conversations about enrollment, sustainability, and how to protect programs that matter most to our students and families. In Santa Ana, our families expect us to be good stewards of every dollar. They expect us to keep class sizes reasonable, preserve the arts and enrichment programs that we have promised, and maintain safe, modern schools. They expect us to plan for the long term, not just the next budget cycle. So let us take this report as both a measure of accountability and a call to action. Together, we can ensure that our financial decisions reflect our deepest values: equity, opportunity, and the unwavering belief that every student deserves the best that we can provide. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Ms. Lepsak?
It's so great to meet you and see you in person, because you've always been like, a name on a paper. Now we get to see who you are. Great job. Yes, and presentation. I think it is kind of discouraging to see that padding go down so thin. And I think a key is generating revenue. how are we going to get more creative in generating revenue? And, you know, losing our grant writer is kind of concerning. How much did our grant writer bring in per year, typically?
I know she had a chart that she tracked it. I'm sure it exists somewhere.
Okay, you don't have it now. But it would be interesting to be able to see that and to know, because if we hire somebody that's going to actually generate revenue, then it's worth, you know, having a position like that that's going to bring money in to our district. So, yeah, I just think we have to get creative and see what resources we have that we can utilize those resources for bringing in resources. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lepsak. Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to highlight for the community as we think about how we're going to bring in funds, but also just how we're continuing this work. One of the things that, you know, I'm really proud of our district is that we're really bringing in our community and doing this together. And I know later on our agenda tonight we have some parents who will be joining our committee, that will be monitoring how we're doing this work and reporting that information to the board. So I wanted to highlight that. And also, again, something that stood out to me in this, you know, last year, and I noticed it again this evening, is and my colleagues mentioned it, but that services is such a smaller percentage of the overall pie, but yet the teams and the teams that you mentioned and many other teams, I'm sure, were, you know, using a fine-tooth comb to reduce as much as possible, so that we, as a board, you know, we were saying, you know, we need you to do that. We need more reductions there. Stretch yourselves in finding those reductions as much as possible, because every reduction in that area means less reduction to our people, to our staff, to our personnel. And so I want to thank you for that. That stood out to me again tonight as we're looking at the numbers, that you guys could do so much, so many reductions within a very limited pot. So thank you. And to my last question, I was wondering if we could look at the slide with the ending fund balances, and if you could speak to the accuracy and how that process is, and how accurate we're getting, and where the team is with that.
So one of the reason why we see an increase in our original projection is because we were really looking at a lot of cost-saving measures at the end of the year. I hope that as we continue, there's still a lot of work that our budget committees are doing that will actually see that projection increase over our multi-year. So I appreciate, Ms. Brazier-Aceves, your comment about the work that we've been doing. That work is continuing, and there's a lot that we're excited that we'll eventually be able to bring forward and share, where we're continuing to find cost-saving opportunities. In terms of the accuracy, this really comes from all the work that's put into the projections, looking at our revenue, really cleaning up open POs, closing things down, making sure all the money is accounted for, that we're accruing anything that we're going to see in 25, 26 that needs to be accounted. I have to just give a shout out to Lan Pham. She is our accounting manager. She is just a treasure, and I just appreciate her and the work that she did with closing the books. You hear about it, you know, people tell you it's the most complicated time in a budget season, in any season, and I didn't really know what that meant until I saw it. And so just the amount of work and the level of detail that the accounting team takes is really what I think, amongst other things, in working with budget to make sure we're actually reducing budgets to be what they really should be, because sometimes you'll see money sitting there thinking you're going to be spending this money, but nothing materialized. So really trying to get those to be as reflective as what we're really expecting them to be, what ends up resulting in us getting to this number. And when we close the books, this is where we land, and this is what we are seeing.
Thank you for sharing that. And as you were sharing that, I was thinking of our former board president, Carolyn Torres. I don't want to speak for her, but that was a lot of what I was hearing, those questions. How are we, do these numbers entail those funds that might be sitting there? And because those were the things that our labor partners were asking us. And Dr. Perez, I don't know if you can also share just around the work and the intentional conversations around cleaning up and systems and creating systems. Because again, in response to our labor partners asking for that, and then with your and Jerry as a team embarking on that.
Yeah, I think it's, I'm going to equate it to our student outcomes. When we talk about those things and we inspect those things and we, put it at the forefront, we can expect that there's going to be a change. And I will say, as I reflect, and I was doing that, I was reflecting on just how much we've been talking about the budget with our department heads as well as our school site leaders. I think that has a lot to do with why things look the way they do and as close and as tight as they are. Because the conversations we've been having with, in particular, school site leaders and the frequency, has really changed over the past probably 2 years. I don't think that we talked about the budget so deliberately, in the first 3 years that I was here. I didn't see that happening, and probably for good reason. We had dollars that were, the temporary dollars, but you can't create a sense of urgency when people see that there's all that money there, right? But people know the reality and are starting to, really accept and take ownership of things. And those conversations are different. And I could tell that they're thinking about them differently. And that's for our school site leaders as well as our department leads.
I had 2 principals reach out to me saying, hey, I think we can save money here. Hey, I'm trying to do my part. Can you help me figure this out at my school? Because I think we're making too many copies as a school campus, and they want to know how they can reduce that. And so they are absolutely thinking about how they can do their part as leaders, and they're asking. And then the conversations that we're having with site and district leadership in our budget committees is really is very, very promising.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say that, when I first joined the board back in 2022, the sky was really blue, right? Like our revenue was upwards of $1 billion. Wow. $1 billion. And we're not there anymore. The sky isn't as blue and beautiful. The birds aren't chirping. But I think, and then I stepped into this role as board president when we're back into deficit spending, right? So what a time to step into this role. But again, I've been rooted in a commitment to work alongside my colleagues on the board and our superintendent and our cabinet and really everyone in our district to ensure, like Dr. Perez just mentioned, that we're not just planning for the issues and the financial challenges that are going to happen tomorrow. We're planning for 3 to 5 years out, right? And a lot of that is because we're legally mandated to do that. But aside from that legal mandate to have to plan for the current fiscal year and the next 2 out, there is this moral responsibility that then we have as a school district to ensure that the ways in which we allocate our funding, the ways in which we make financial decisions really are rooted in what is best for our students in the long term. And so, all of the federal COVID relief money that we received was beautiful, right? It responded to the immediate needs of our students and families. It ensured that we were able to keep programs running, provide support for our community. But again, now our money is much tighter. Our choices are a lot harder, and then also our margin for error is a lot smaller now too. Mm-hmm. And so, for me, I will continue to work closely with our superintendent to make sure that we're not, again, just not thinking about today's challenges, but really planning ahead. And, I've said it, and when you're in this role as an elected official, it can be very easy to make decisions that are going to help you in your next election cycle, that are going to help you in your next campaign. But again, I am deeply committed and rooted in the decisions that I make to ensure that 3 to 5 years from now, and long after I'm on the board, our students have access to classrooms that are accessible, to classrooms that support their needs, to programs that are adding to their educational experience. And so really, so again, I think it's important for us as we're looking forward that we continue to stay disciplined, that we continue to remain transparent. And that's a big part of why these budget town halls are so critical, and part of the reason why, or really the reason why, we are now, creating a committee to look at our budget, to look at our finances, that is composed of educators, district staff, parents, who we can actually bring along in the process, so that, when we have to make these difficult decisions, they're not coming to board meetings and reacting to the decisions that we're making, that we can bring them in and be proactive so that they have an understanding of why we're making these decisions, and actually bring them along to, one, actually realize if it is the right path forward and right decision to make, but two, to make sure that this remains a partnership between our school district and our staff and our parents and families, again, in the best benefit of our students. And so I am looking forward as we move forward in the leadership that we have in Dr. Perez, and really making sure that we are planning. We're working with our labor partners, we're working with our families, and I have deep trust in our superintendent. And it was part of the reason why I supported her appointment, because we needed a leader in our school district who was prepared to do that, to prepare to take on those challenges. And I think, just looking at the presentation today, hearing what our numbers are and where we're going, I feel that we're heading in a positive direction. There's still a lot of work to do in ways that we can increase our revenue, and look at ways to increase our enrollment. And I know we've had a lot of conversations about that too. But overall, again, just thank you for the presentation. And I really hope that our community at home had a chance to hear our presentation today, and again, is informed and stays engaged with this process and attends our budget town halls. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Lepsak.
Thank you. Just had a question. So the 81% that Dr. Alvarez brought up, that's salaries and benefits of our budget, is that typical for most districts?
I believe it is, yes.
Yeah, most districts in the state of California run somewhere between 75-ish to upwards to 85. That would be really high. But yes, that is kind of in the ballpark of where California school districts spend their money.
So, and I know that unions, the job is to, we have inflation, we have a desire to always get raises and, better yourself since you're in a union. But what is our reality in that we can communicate to classified and certificated staff as far as our budget? So we have a realistic expectation. And I know you do the collective bargaining every year and all that, song and dance. But to be realistic here, what can we tell our staff?
So as far as our union leaders go in particular, we actually have a budget meeting with our union leaders. So after this meeting today, I see you going to that, thank you. We actually then go on the journey. And I think Jen said next week on Monday, we're meeting with our leadership team. So that's the next group that we actually delve into this information with. And then we meet with our union leaders specifically, and we're unpacking this information. So the presentation gets shared, but we actually go through protocols in a way where we're able to unpack questions. And so sometimes it happens in the training room, and we're listing out like, hey, what's not making sense to you here? What are the things that we need to be focusing on? that's part of how the budget committees came about, because we were going through our budget update meetings with our union leaders, and there were all these questions, and that we were getting into problem solving, but we knew that we shouldn't just be doing that only with our union leadership. We needed other people in the space. So those budget subcommittees actually will be comprised of our union leadership as well. We need them at the table to help us think about and figure out, where do we go from here? How do we create sustainability?
Right.
So that they truly understand, yes, we're at, about 81% of our budget, knowing that we likely can't have it go beyond that. Otherwise, we would not be able to realize the services that we need to provide. And so in that dialogue with them, and a lot of great conversations have happened. And I think it's part of the reason why we have people coming to us with solutions like, hey, I'm seeing how we operate this. I think there might be a little bit of way that we can recoup, or there's waste there. I think because we've been so open with these conversations, I do believe that's why people come to us now.
Is it always an annual review, or can sometimes you do a 3-year projection when it comes to salaries?
Ask me that again.
I know how every year we have the collective bargaining.
Oh, got it.
Can you say, okay, we're on this trajectory. She's giving us a longitudinal look. Can we say, let's do this for the next 3 years? Has that ever been done?
Oh, within collective bargaining?
Yeah.
I don't, you mean like it would be a temporary, like, oh, we're going to do this for a 3-year period, whatever it is, the X.
Yes.
For a 3-year period, and then come back and revisit to see if we can still do that?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm looking at Jennifer, at Ms. Flores.
Never been done.
I don't know that if we've agreed to something that we would be going back. That's probably not a good faith bargaining, as I'm thinking through and saying this out loud.
No, so we come to the table every single year, and so that's what we bargain for during that year. So I'm not sure if I'm understanding your question, but I think what I'm understanding is, like, when we look at it for 3 years and have an agreement for 3 years, it is possible, but it's not something that I think that is practical, because the budget does change. So we would have to make those commitment for 3 years or not. And so I don't know that would be something that would be feasible, or the unions would want to do, engage in.
Thank you.
Alrighty, seeing and hearing no other speakers on the list, thank you so much again, Ms. Cisneros, for your presentation.
Thank you again for your time and your leadership.
Thank you, appreciate it, have a good night. I'll go ahead and turn it over now to our presentation on the Orange County Educational Arts Academy.
Good evening. It's been a long time. Celeste Miliacho, Director of Secondary and Student Achievement in Charter Schools, working on special assignment. I'm going to introduce you to Mike Limon, who is the Executive Director of Orange County Education Arts Academy. But before he does his presentation, I want to make sure that the board and the public understands all of the different agenda items, because it could get a little confusing. So we authorize multiple charters, and you'll see that OSEA is requesting a material revision, which means a small portion of their charter, they're asking us as their authorizer to look at and give them approval on something that they would like to do. That's different than when they submitted their charter years before. We also have Nova Academy that is submitted their petition renewal. Their entire petition is up for renewal. So you're going to hear his presentation, and then there's going to be a public hearing. You're going to where the public can address OSEA along with Nova Academy. Then the board will be able to take action on whether they want to approve OSEA's request for a material revision. You're not going to see an action item for Nova, because there's a difference in ed code when it comes to a material revision and an actual charter petition entire renewal. So with that said, I'm going to let Mr. Limon do his presentation on why they want to do a material revision, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, good evening, everybody. President Bustos, members of the board, Dr. Perez, and educational partners of Santana. And so I'm gonna try to keep it short because it's been a long night, right? And I give you kudos to the board. I always share with our board at OSEA that this is tough work, but it's important work. So thank you for coming. I think twice a month that you meet, right, for various hours. So muchas gracias. So as Celeste mentioned, I'm Mike Limon. I am starting my 8th year at OSEA as executive director. So I went through the pandemic and all the challenges that came with that, the COVID funding, ELO, and then all that money gone. Thanks to the state, we still receive ELO funding, which makes a huge difference, right? And so this is a picture of the entire staff at OSEA. So this includes classified and certificated staff. Once a year, we try to get together and have all staff training, really to go through the policies, procedure, but also to build community and culture within the school. It's a challenge in and day out when we have instruction to bring everybody together, right? So we only get a chance to do this once a year. So we've got about 110 employees at OSEA. And here you'll see a banner that says EL. And so this past May, we got a full credential with Expeditionary Learning, a national nonprofit that really, from a big picture perspective, focus on school reform. And they've got 3 interconnected rings that they focus on for student achievement. That's character building, having good people in our community from elementary up until 8th grade, mastery of knowledge and skills that tie to the state standards. And then one that's really important to me, I used to work for ST Math, GG Math years ago, and I used to work nationally and see schools across the country, which is high quality work. I'm sure you've worked with many colleagues in your different career paths and volunteer work where you're just like, hey, ¿qué le pasó a esta persona? What happened to this person? Why aren't they producing the best version of themselves with respect to their work, right? And so we're working with elementary school students and middle school students to start thinking about multiple drafts to get to the best quality work that they can produce as a student or an individual. So today, really what the focus of the presentation was really just to say hello, tell you a little bit about who we are, and talk a little bit about the project. And so Somos OSEA, we're a TK-8 Spanish dual immersion language site serving over 600 students, which 90% are Hispanic students and 66%, roughly 67% qualify for free reduced meals. We've got about 40% English learners and about 12% students with disabilities. And so the pictures here really are just to give you a glimpse on what it looks like at OSEA. And this year in August, we had a couple of your colleagues, some of the directors here at the district, come out for the annual oversight visit. So thank you for coming out. Get a chance to see, a day in the life of what it looks like at OSEA. And we try not to, notify our staff about when we have guests coming over because I really want folks to see the school as it is, right? And with no preparation, no professional dress code, that kind of thing. So that way the folks get a chance to see, what the school looks like. Without kids and staff, it's just a shell, right? And so here you'll see a couple of different images representing our student-led conferences. You'll see at the top right there, a dad talking with his student in 3rd grade. And the picture right next to it as well. So we really try to have students own their learning by presenting to their parents their achievement success during that specific trimester. The other pictures show a little bit about our arts integration. We actually rent a couple of the Santa Ana High School theaters, Santa Ana High School, and Century to put on our performances. We are a traditional urban school with not a lot of square feet, which is why we're here today to talk a little bit about that. So the next slide also covers a little bit more about what we do at OSEA. So the last couple of years, I can look over there, we've also tried to do a little bit more with ELO, right? And so you'll see at the top left there that we started to do some athletic programs with our students. So a soccer team, right? This is their 2nd year starting to professionalize that, experience a little bit more, participating in some smaller leagues throughout the county. And then you'll see a couple of different things here where you'll get a chance to see what it looks like for a TK student, a 2nd grade class, and then 8th grade on their way out, which is the picture in the middle. We were fortunate to have Ambassador Gaddy Vasquez last year to come out and do the keynote for our promotion ceremony. So it was really nice to be able to connect our students as they're going off to various high schools throughout the county, many which go into the Santa Ana Unified School District system, be exposed to community leaders such as Gaddy. So next, the project. And so here you have three different boxes here. You got the orange, purple, and red. So the orange is our property that we rent. We call it the Annex. It's 822 North Broadway. This is where we have TK and Kinder and our business offices here. Then directly across the street at 825 North Broadway, the purple box in the middle is our main campus, which we've been at for the last 20 years. And so there we have 1st through 8th grade, about 34,000 square feet with a small playground. No grass, no swings, that kind of thing. And then the project, the charter material revision that's in your packet, along with the updated laws that have happened or have been approved into the school system, have been updated to the charter material revision that you have in your packet today. But the biggest change really is adding this parcel of land to the charter, which is 817 North Broadway. It's that red box that's next to the playground. There's literally a wall between our playground and this small parcel of land that is about 7,500 square feet. It's not a ton of space, but it's the only space that I see in the foreseeable future for the school. And so that's kind of big picture what the change is to the petition as it stands. And so the last thing I really just wanted to do is thank everybody that supported the school. I know we've been around for about 20 years, and I believe Dr. Mijares was one of the superintendents that was here when we first opened up our doors. And then I also want to thank Celeste, if she's still in the room. She's been a great partner in this work for the last couple of years, and of course Marjorie as well. I had a chance to work with her. And then the folks that visited OSEA in August. I also want to congratulate Dr. Bettis for your appointment. It's tough work, and you've already made significant changes. So look forward to following your leadership as it impacts the work that we do as one of the charters that you support and approve. Y gracias a todos. I know I've seen some great colleagues out here, Lisa, Solomon, Mr. B, that I've known for a couple of years, and so you've got some great team members on your team. Ya con eso, no sé si tienen preguntas. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. At this point in time, I'll turn it over to my colleagues for any questions or comments. All right. I see no questions on the list, so thank you again for your presentation.
Muchas gracias.
All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and move to our public hearings portion of the agenda, beginning with item 13.1.
Review statement of assurance for sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials for 2025 to 26 school year per Education Code Section 60119 and 60422.
This meeting is now open to conduct a public hearing to review the statement of assurance for sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials for 2025-26 school year per Education Code Sections 60119 and 60422. Ms. Quiroz, is there anyone wishing to address the subject?
We have no one.
Okay. Hearing none and having no further business, I now declare the public hearing closed. Item 13.2.
Consideration of Orange County Educational Arts Academy's request for material revision of its charter.
This meeting is now open to conduct a public hearing for consideration of the Orange County Educational Arts Academy's request for material revision of its charter. Ms. Quiroz, is there anyone wishing to address the subject?
There is no one.
All right. Hearing none and having no further business, I now declare this public hearing closed. Item 13.3.
Consideration of Nova Academy's renewal petition.
This meeting is now open to conduct a public hearing for consideration of Nova Academy's renewal petition. Ms. Quiroz, is there anyone wishing to address this subject?
We do. We have 8 public speakers.
Okay, go ahead. Speakers will have 3 minutes to address the board.
We will begin with Lisa Hernandez, followed by Olga Duarte, followed by Daryl Tripp.
Good evening. President Bustos, Vice President Fraser Aceves, Trustee Magdaleno, I apologize, Trustee Lebex, and Dr. Alvarez, and Superintendent Perez. My name is Lisa Hernandez. I'm the Executive Director of Nova Academy, Early College High School, with over 16 years of experience. It is an honor to be here this evening as we present our charter renewal petition for Santa Ana Unified School District. Nova Academy has proudly served the Santa Ana community for over 20 years. We just celebrated our 20th year last year, going into our 21st. We offer a deep commitment to ensuring every student has access to college and career success, and we are excited to share our renewal charter petition with Santa Ana Unified and with you, our board members. Since our last renewal submission in 2018, much has changed in education and in our community. I am proud to say that Nova Academy weathered the storm through the pandemic, distance learning, decreased attendance that we all experienced across the district and the state of California, community protests, walkouts, and so much more within our communities. We remain steadfast in our mission to inspire, educate, and prepare all students to be successful in college, career, and in life. This evening, you'll hear from some other of our public comment speakers. You'll hear from community members who will speak to the intentional work we've done to provide our students with the best opportunity for success. So I thank you.
Good evening. I'm Olga Duarte, Secretary of Nova Academy's Board of Directors. As both a parent leader and mortgage industry professional with more than 20 years of experience, I bring strong organizational and community engagement skills to support Nova's mission. We are deeply grateful for the foundations, donors, and community partners who have helped shape Nova Academy from its beginnings. Their investments have provided us with state-of-the-art facilities and an expanded athletic program, and they've generously shared their time and expertise through events like Senior Exit Interviews, Career Day, and Parent University. In Nova Academy's 20 years of service, we've been honored with recognitions that reflect our impact. In 2023, the Stanford Credo Report named us a gap-busting school. In 2019, we were recognized as a California Distinguished School. Since 2015, U.S. News and World Report has consistently named us one of the top charter schools. Since 2022, Nova Academy has been a CIF Southern Section member with students participating in volleyball, beach volleyball, cross country, and basketball. We are also fully WASC accredited. These acknowledgments reflect the meaningful difference Nova Academy continues to make for students and families. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Daryl Tripp. I am currently a special education teacher and TOSA admin at Nova Academy. I've proudly served the school for the last 5 years. I joined the school during COVID. At Nova Academy Early College High School in Santa Ana, we are proud to share the measurable academic growth our students are achieving through intentional data-driven instruction and targeted support systems that our school uses. Our verified internal data reflects a powerful trajectory. Students who enter the high school significantly below grade level are demonstrating accelerated progress, with many achieving 2 years growth in a single academic year. The growth is especially meaningful given the context. Our students, 92% of whom are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and 24% English learners, carry the academic impact of disrupted middle school instruction during the pandemic. Unlike many schools, Nova Academy reopened during 2020-2021 with small group instruction, but the learning gaps from those formative years still exist. Our internal benchmark shows that the class of 2026 improved from the grade equivalency from 5.8 to 10.2 in reading and from 7.2 to 9.9 in math over 3 years. The growth of 2027 demonstrated similar gains, with reading general grade equivalency increasing from 6.8 to 9.7 and math grade equivalency from 7.7 to 9.1. These results reflect not just growth but accelerated learning, with students making up for lost instructional time and exceeding expected annual progress. This success is the result of strategic research-based initiatives, such as our curriculum renewal, which is an adoption of a new English curriculum in 2023, which shifted pathways for math to a traditional math. So our intervention programs, which are our tutorial programs, students are placed into targeted classes based on Lexile quantile data, and they are to find those foundational gaps that our students are to work on. We also have our PLC data cycles, which are rolling out this year and starting last year. Teachers engage in 6-week cycles of data analysis, smart goal setting, and collaborative inquiry to refine instruction. Instructional coaching and walkthroughs is completed by our students and staff. We sub for our teachers to go to see other teachers. Weekly lesson plan reviews and feedback cycles ensure alignment with standards and rigor. Writing development, students participate in CER or claim evidence reasoning writing assignments throughout the year through having benchmarks as well as using it in our classrooms. These efforts are not just improving academic outcomes, they are restoring confidence, building resilience, and preparing students for college-level success. Our students are growing faster and farther than ever before, and we remain committed to sustaining this momentum through the continued innovation and partnership.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kimberly Beckstrom, and I am the principal of Nova Academy. I joined Nova in 2024, and I bring over 16 years of experience as a teacher, district administrator, principal, and I'm just excited to share about our journey. At Nova Academy, our high school academic program is built on a foundation of rigor, as Mr. Tripp said, relevance, and relationships. We offer a comprehensive curriculum that not only meets but exceeds state standards, preparing students for college-level work through a blend of traditional coursework, dual enrollment, and career-connected learning. As Mr. Tripp mentioned, we participate regularly with our teachers in weekly PLC meetings, instructional coaching with our teachers, as well as targeted professional development aligned to state standards and our curriculum. We use real-time data to inform instruction, and our educators engage in reflective practice to ensure that every student receives the support they need to thrive. As Mr. Tripp said, we recently adopted new English and math curricula to better align with our college readiness standards, and our SOAR intervention program ensures that students with academic gaps receive the personalized support that they need. Our commitment to teacher development is unwavering. We invest in our educators through mentorship, leadership pathways, and a culture of continuous improvement. This has led to a strong teacher retention and a shared sense of purpose across our campus. At Nova Academy, we don't just prepare students for college, we prepare them to succeed in college. And we do so by empowering our teachers, engaging with our families, and believing in the potential of every student. Thank you.
Next, we will have Melissa Meyer, followed by Maria Briceño.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Meyer, and I'm the Director of Counseling and Student Services at Nova Academy, where I've had the privilege of serving students for 16 years. At Nova Academy, we're not just a program. We embed a whole philosophy rooted in equity, access, and academic integrity. Our students follow integrated pathways that align high school and college coursework, allowing them to earn transferable credit toward both high school graduation and college degrees. This isn't symbolic exposure, it's real college credit earned through rigorous college courses taught by college professors at Santa Ana College and at UCI. We're proud to serve historically underrepresented groups. Our formal College and Career Access Pathways Partnership Agreement with Santa Ana College ensures that every student has equitable access to college-level instruction on the college campus, online, or both. It's not just about the academics, it's about the experience. Our students take classes on the college campus, the power of the site. They're able to interact with professors and use college resources. They're treated as college students because they are college students. This immersive model doesn't just prepare students for college, it propels them into it, and the results speak for themselves. The 52 graduates of the class of 2025 collectively earned over 1,200 college units, which is approximately 400 college courses. Just 52 students. That was the size of our graduating class. 5 graduated with AA degrees, and 2 earned double AA degrees. When our students enter college, they do so with sophomore or even junior standing. That means they're not just ahead academically, they're also ahead financially. They've saved thousands in tuition, textbook costs, and all the associated fees that come with being a college goer. All college courses and materials are provided at no cost to NOVA students. Our model doesn't just change transcripts, it changes lives.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Maria Briceño, and I am a proud parent of a student at Nova Academy, Early College High School. I'm here tonight to share my heartfelt appreciation for this incredible school and to emphasize the vital role it plays in preparing our children for successful futures. What sets Nova Academy apart is its commitment to academic excellence while nurturing the whole student. As a parent, I've witnessed firsthand how the school empowers students with just a high school education, but also access to real college courses at no cost to families. My child, he's sitting right there, is earning college credits while still in high school, which saves time, money, and gives them a head start in life. But it's not just about academics. Through the family course, Nova has created a culture of support, belonging, and high expectations. The teachers and staff know each student by name. They take the time to understand their goals, challenges, and potentials. That kind of individual attention makes a difference, and I see it in my child's growth, confidence, and motivation every day. In a world where college and career readiness is more important than ever, Nova Academy is not just keeping up, they're leading. As a parent, I couldn't ask for more. Thank you for continuing to support Nova Academy and schools like it. You are helping shape not just scholars, but future leaders. Thank you so much.
And lastly, we will have Vincent Briceño, followed by Stephanie Cuevas.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vincent Briceño, and I'm a proud student at Nova Academy Early College High School. Standing here today, I can honestly say that Nova has not only shaped my education, but it has transformed me. It has transformed me into the person that I am today. Before I came to Nova, I didn't fully understand my potential, and I was unsure of my future. But from the first day I stepped on campus, I knew this place was different. Nova Academy isn't just a high school. It's a place where we're treated like scholars and leaders. Being a part of an early college program has allowed me to take real college courses while still in high school, something I never thought I'd do. And not only have I earned college credit, but I've also gained confidence in myself. I now know that I belong in higher education. The teachers and staff here go beyond academics. They genuinely care. They push us, support us, and believe in us, even when we don't believe in ourselves. Because of their support, I've learned to take risks, to ask questions, and to lead. Nova has helped me discover my voice, set goals, and dream bigger. I no longer ask, can I do this? I now ask, what's next? Thank you to Nova Academy for not only preparing me for college, but for helping me grow into someone who is ready to take on the world. Thank you.
Good evening, President Bustos, Vice President, and board members. My name is Stephanie Cuevas, and I'm the Community School Coordinator at Nova Academy Early College High School. I've had the pleasure of serving our families the last 5 years, as well as our students. Tonight, you've had the opportunity to hear from our leadership, our educators, and our families, as well as Vincent, who represents our students. Each voice reflects the heart of Nova Academy, a school built on innovation, equity, and an unwavering belief in the potential of every student. Our renewal petition is not just a request, it's a reaffirmation of our commitment to the families that we serve. We are proud of our results, our partnerships, and our growth, but we are more excited about what lies ahead. We respectfully ask for your continued support of Nova Academy's charter renewal. Together, we can ensure that more students graduate not just with a diploma, but with college credit, confidence, and a clear path to success. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your dedication to educational excellence. Thank you.
That concludes public speakers.
Alrighty, thank you. With that, I now declare this public hearing closed. We will now go ahead and move on to our action calendar, beginning with item 14.1.
Approval of Orange County Educational Arts Academy's request for material revision of its charter.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's go ahead and proceed to vote. Ms. Lepsak? On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 14.2.
Approval of district's unaudited actuals for 2024 to 25 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 14.3.
Adoption of resolution number 2526-3694, statement of assurance for sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials for 2025 to 26 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 14.4.
Approval to increase adult meal prices in school cafeterias for the 2025 to 26 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second? I will second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Go ahead, Ms. Brazier-Seves.
I just wanted to ask our superintendent, I do see Mr. Godard in the audience, so if there was anything that on behalf of his department that he'd like to share with us, or maybe he was just here prepared for potential questions. Okay, so no questions. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and proceed to vote. Okay, on a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 14.5.
Approval of appointments to the Community Budget Advisory Committee.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Brazier-Seves?
Yes, okay, thank you. I was looking for my notes. So I wanted to just thank our parent volunteers. Your leadership is vital in all that we do. So in this agenda item, we have our parents who will be joining our Community Budget Advisory Committee, and they'll unite with our students, staff, and community to strengthen the transparency, increase input, and overall understanding and participation in our district's financial planning, which we heard about earlier this evening. So I just want to thank them and just highlight, how essential it is to have the parent voice and parent lens in these conversations. So look forward to hearing what they have to report back to us as they do this work. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Brazier-Seves. Seeing and hearing no other comments, let's proceed to vote. Dr. Alvarez? On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 14.6.
Authorization to award request for proposal number 15-25 for demographic and enrollment projection services.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Alvarez?
Just so that the public can know what this agenda item is about, could you tell us a little bit about this item?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So this particular item is related to our demographer. So as districts look at our enrollment and try to accurately figure out how many staff we need, there are inputs that we need, information that we need. Some of it we have, thinking about, how many third graders we have that are going to become fourth graders, but there's also information and data that we don't have readily available as a school district, like birth rates, like the number of folks who are moving, out of the area, and a demographer does have that information. That's what, what they do, is really tracking all of these things and forecasting. And so this particular item was us going out for a request for proposal, looking for the competitive process that would allow for us to bring on a demographer that we could work with, moving forward.
And in regards to their scope of work, does this include them looking at future developments? There's a current development in the city of Santa Ana. I think it was 1,800 units that were approved, or 1,006, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is that going to have an impact? How much is it going to impact this? At what grade levels is it going to impact this?
And that is exactly what the demographers, their expertise, that's what they do. And obviously this is forecasting. They're looking at trends and what a development like that would typically yield as far as number of students, looking at the type of housing it is and the number of potential families that would actually have school-aged children. All of those factors come into play. And that's not, information that us as a school district would readily have and, be deeply studied.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, seeing and hearing no other discussion, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 14.7.
Adoption of resolution number 2526-3696, proclamation declaring September 15th through the 26th, 2025, and April 13th through the 24th, 2026, as high school voter education weeks.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Magdaleno?
Yeah, just really quickly, I'm happy to support this resolution. Now more than ever, right, voting is a fundamental right that serves as the foundation of our democracy, and we must never take it for granted. With our First Amendment right trying to be challenged in this current moment, it is important that we stand up and make our voices heard at the ballot box. So I want to thank Save Votes for their incredible work, their nonpartisan efforts to provide our students with voter registration information and keeping our community engaged and empowered to go out and vote. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Thank you. I want to thank our Santa Ana Youth Save Vote, and our incredible students, alumni, and staff who continue to make high school voter education weeks here at SAUSD such an incredible success. I know each year I reach out and I ask, or in passing I run into our students and staff and ask about how many registrations they've completed, and it's always like, in the thousands, and so it's incredible. So thank you. Your leadership, energy, and commitment to civic engagement inspire our entire community and demonstrate the power of youth voice in shaping the future for our families and our schools. And since joining the board, I've been proud and have had the privilege to support our students and youth who are working to increase voter participation in our city. They approached a group of students with Save Vote approached our district. They had done the research and realized that the percentage of youth voting in our city was very low. And so they, as alumni from our district, as leaders in our community, as current students, wanted to do something about that. And so Together, we have seen meaningful progress in expanding access to voter education and overall access for our students, and that's in large part due to their partnership and efforts in our campuses and our students. And also, I would like to thank our staff. I know that recently, maybe a month or so ago, Say Vote leaders came out and spoke in public comment and asked our district to continue to expand the partnership and to put them in contact and in working relationship with the department chairs of certain subjects on our high school campuses. And so I followed up with our superintendent, and that had already been done. So thank you for allowing them to continue this important work. And one of the reasons why this is so critical to our community and to the work that we do is that, here in Santa Ana, nearly 1/4 of our parents and family members are non-citizens and therefore not eligible to vote. So it's especially critical that our youth find spaces where they're welcome to the table to represent the values of their families, to represent their voice, and that they have a clear pathway to civic engagement. So just thank you to everyone who's been part of these efforts on campus, for all the support. Sometimes I've had the luxury of bumping into students and hearing their updates. So thank you again.
Dr. Alvarez?
Santa Ana Youth Vote was, it's a youth-led organization. It was started by the youth, it's led by the youth. And I wanted to take a moment to reflect on something bigger than ourselves, something that connects every student in our district to the very heart of democracy, the power of vote. This is this resolution is more than a symbolic gesture. It is a call to action, a reminder that education is not only about reading, writing, and mathematics, but also about preparing young people to step boldly into society as informed and engaged citizens. We know that the right to vote is not simply a privilege, it is a responsibility. It is how we give voice to our values, how we shape the direction of our neighborhoods, our communities, and our nation. And yet, too many voices remain silent, especially among young people who hold the energy, creativity, and vision to change the future. Our role as a district is clear. We must empower our students with the knowledge, the courage, and the confidence to know that their voices matter. We must teach them that every ballot cast is not just a mark on paper, it is an act of hope, a declaration of dignity, and a contribution to justice. Think about it. When we nurture students to be lifelong voters, we are nurturing leaders, advocates, and problem solvers. We are strengthening democracy itself. By reaching out to our students early, by educating and encouraging them to participate, we plant the seeds of discernment, fairness, and responsibility, seeds that will blossom into a lifetime of civic engagement. Because when our young people vote, they bring with them new life, fresh ideas, and renewed purpose. They remind us that democracy is not something we inherit passively. It is something that we practice actively together. Let us to continue to build a Santa Ana where every student not only learns the lessons of history, but also writes the next chapter with courage, conviction, and heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing and hearing no others. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Lepsak.
Can we do a Go Noodle activity right now? I've been sitting a long time. But it is 10:15, and I think we're going to have to think about that. All right.
Yeah. Would you like to make a motion, Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, I make a motion that we go to 11.
That would mean we'd have to significantly make sure that we move through the next items pretty quickly.
Can I make a sub-motion?
Hold up. Let's go to Dr. Alvarez.
Submotion, let's go to 10:45.
Can I do a sub-motion? Sure. We go to midnight?
Okay. Okay, I'm going to make a substitute to the substitute to the substitute. Somewhere in the middle, 11:30. I think we can get through the next few things in an hour or less, to be honest, if we just move diligently. Can I get a second to that, 11:30?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brazier-Seves. All right, any discussion on that motion? Yeah, Dr. Alvarez?
As much as I would love to stick around until that time, my daughter's waiting for me at home, so I'm going to be leaving a little bit early today.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. All right, Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Yeah, I seconded for purposes of, in case we need the time, but I am hoping that we can wrap up maybe by 11. That would be my goal, and I'm going to try to do my best.
Great, thank you. And from my understanding, none of the remaining items are time sensitive, so, okay, great. All right, let's go ahead and proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Okay, seeing and hearing no other discussion on item 14.7, let's go ahead and vote on that item. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 14.8.
Adoption of resolution number 2526-3698, proclamation declaring Farm to School Month, October 2025.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, just quickly, I want to thank Mr. Ron Chesser from MacArthur, history teacher, 6th grade, and he's been running a community garden for 21 years. I think that's the longest community garden in our school district. But pretty impressive. I mean, just checking out his garden. He's got grapes, berries, pumpkins, watermelon, corn, onions. I mean, it goes on and on. But sometimes the kids, they pick their theme, which I thought was cool. So last year, I guess it was a salsa theme. So they grew 9 different chilies and made some incredible salsa, which hopefully I want to taste someday. Also want to make sure to thank the custodian that goes the extra mile, Gio Aguilar, to help make sure the kids can get their water buckets and everything they need. And I know that, being a special ed teacher, myself, he really includes the special ed kids, and so they can be a part of this. And also, he teaches the club to look out for any kids that are sitting by themselves or not connecting in the campus, so that they always are trained to invite those kids to participate in his community garden. And I just think that's fantastic, and I want to do a shout out for Mr. Ron Chesser at MacArthur.
Thank you. Ms. Magdaleno?
Yeah, just really briefly, I want to thank the team who works on this program, and I'm assuming it's nutrition services, correct? Yeah. This program is a vital investment in the health of our students, and it strengthens our local economy, right? Farm to school efforts go far beyond the cafeteria. They connect students with the origins of their food, offering hands-on educational experiences such as school gardens, farm visits, cooking lessons, and these opportunities not only bring in fresh local produce into our schools, but also foster lifelong habits of healthy eating and sustainability. So I just want to one more time thank the team for all they do and for connecting with our local farmers and bringing in fresh produce and making our breakfast and lunches healthier, but also more delicious for our students. I saw the birria. I need to go try it again at Valley. I saw the students were very excited, but I just want to give that a highlight as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Alvarez?
Yes, I've been craving the birria also. I just wanted to thank all the staff. I did have the opportunity to visit 3 farms. I think it was last year or last year. I had the opportunity to visit 3 farms, and I was just blown away because the thing is, I didn't know what I didn't know. And speaking to these farmers, they were talking about how the 3 farms that we went to, they all talked about how they grew everything without the use of pesticides. It was all natural. And then they explained to me the difference between commercial farmers and family-owned farms. Commercial farmers, they're more concerned with quantity, growing stuff, getting it out as soon as possible, selling it. Family farmers are more concerned with quality. And I think it's noticeable because, if, for example, the strawberries, if you go to a supermarket, you get strawberries, you get little ones. You go to, for example, Rao Family Farm, you get the size of a tennis ball. And not only that, but they're delicious. So there is a big difference in the quality. Not only that, but the thing is, the kids love it. It's healthier. The kids love it. And I can't wait to see what you guys do next. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Thank you. I wanted to highlight in the resolution where it says the importance of sustainable farming practices, equitable food systems, culturally relevant foods, benefits of fresh foods and whole foods. I just had to highlight. I really appreciate not only the food that we're bringing in from local farms and that work, which is a big deal, but also the local gardens and farming that our students are getting to do on campus with the gardens, and even then they're cooking in with our Engage 360 team, and just seeing the full circle of their learning, and the work that Moises Plasencia has done with the culturally relevant, sharing stories and reading books and connecting different generations within our families of the seeds that they grew back in their home country. And so it's very beautiful to witness, and just very relevant to who we are as a community. So thank you.
Right, thank you. Seeing and hearing no other discussion, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 14.9.
Adoption of resolution number 2526-3699, self-certifying increased federal micro purchase thresholds.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second? I will second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. Ms. Magdaleno? On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 14.10.
Adoption of resolution number 2526-3700, revised appropriations limits for fiscal years 2024 to 2025 and 2025 to 26.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second? I will second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 14.11.
Adoption of resolution number 2526-3701, proclaiming October 2025 as LGBTQ+ History Month.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
I'm proud to support this resolution tonight, proclaiming October 2025 as LGBTQ+ History Month. Earlier in my term on the board, I was honored to join students, families, and staff in raising the Progress Pride flag in front of our district office for the first time, a powerful reminder that visibility and representation matter. This resolution reaffirms our commitment to ensuring that every student, staff member, and family sees themselves reflected in our schools, and that they feel valued, included, and a true sense of belonging. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Magdaleno?
Yeah, I am proud to support this resolution because this resolution isn't about politics, right? It's a fundamental act of leadership as we sit here today, because our primary duty is to ensure the well-being of every student. That includes creating an environment where all our students feel seen, valued, and safe. In light of recent discussions, I want to be crystal clear. The rights, safety, and dignity of our LGBTQ+ students are not up for debate. This proclamation sends a clear message that their stories are a part of our shared history and that their identities are affirmed within our school communities. By acknowledging the contributions of the LGBTQ+ individuals, we are providing a positive role model. We are providing positive role models and fostering a more complete and truthful understanding of history for all our students. It demonstrates our unwavering commitment to inclusivity and our belief that every child deserves to feel a sense of belonging in Santa Ana Unified School District. I urge my fellow board members to vote in favor of this resolution and stand together with our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Lepsak?
Regarding the LGBTQ History Month resolution, I find the first paragraph of the resolution concerning. It says, our district provides safe and welcoming spaces for students regardless of their race, ethnicity, national origin, language, disability, gender expression, or identity, and sexual orientation. What protected category is missing in this resolution? Religion. That's in our non-discrimination policy, but it's not in this resolution. Isn't it ironic that only 2 days ago there was a historic memorial in Arizona where over 100,000 people attended and over 100 million viewed online for a Christian man only 31 years old who was assassinated simply for speaking his beliefs on a college campuses nationwide and engaging in respectful debate? He was killed by a young man who identified as a furry and was in a relationship with the man transitioning to appear female. The man who is now seen as a martyr for his faith was a husband and a father of 2 young children named Charlie Kirk and led the organization Turning Point USA. And isn't it ironic that we left out religion from this resolution when only 1 month ago a Catholic elementary school in Minneapolis was targeted by a 23-year-old man who was transitioning to become a woman. He killed an 8 and a 10-year-old during their Catholic Mass. 17 of the parishioners were seriously wounded, many including children. I'm not stereotyping any group. I'm just stating the facts and the historic significance of what's going on right now. But I'm just saying that this is not a time to leave out religion. When people of faith of all ages feel targeted and attacked, religion needs to be added to this resolution. Line 27 and 28 says, acceptance and support for all youth, including those who are LGBTQ+, make communities and schools safer places. However, based on my firsthand experience, I think our schools are not safe places for students who identify as LGBTQ. These so-called LGBT advocates promote reading materials that instruct them how to use adult sex apps. They give them dangerous advice to add their picture to the app so it can access their location, putting them in harm's way and incentivizing sophisticated sexual predators and exploiting the young and vulnerable while using our schools to do it. But all in the name of inclusion? Line 29 and 32 says, 11.5% of California students in middle and high school identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, gender nonconforming, gender fluid, gender non-binary. I have seen plenty of manipulated stats in the state of California to give outcomes they want, especially from the ACLU and the Alfred Kinsey studies. This stat of 11.5 is inflated. The way they inflate their LGBTQ percentage is to include the category questioning and asexual. According to the American Psychological Association, adolescence is a naturally developmental phase of questioning and exploring. I don't know many adolescents who are not questioning something, especially as it relates to self-identity. In light of giving young children books that tell them there are many genders to choose from, this would make anyone confused or questioning. Also, the word asexual. So if an adolescent is not sexually active, which most are not, does this mean that they are asexual, even if they do not have sexual attraction yet? Why is that the business of the school, and why are they even asking? Leave our kids alone. Let them grow up. This 11.5% is hugely inflated because questioning and asexuality is part of growing up. It should not automatically categorize them as LGBTQ. Line 45 says we promote resources such as identity support plans or gender support plans. The majority of our community does not support lying to parents, and I don't either. Line 56 says we establish safe environments in our schools and communities. This is not true. The Trevor Space through the Trevor Project recommended by the California Department of Ed in our district is mixing minors with unvetted random adults on an international virtual platform, thus placing kids who identify as LGBTQ in harm's way of sextortion and exploitation. It is not safe. Line 59 says October 11th is coming out day. November 20th is transgender day. Is this why kids come to school? Is this why we get taxpayer funding? Let parents talk to their kids at home about their values on these subjects. And as a school district, let's focus on academics. And as adults, they can make these decisions once their frontal lobes are fully developed. But for now, let kids be kids. Let's do our job to educate them rather than sexualize them. Schools should be safe for all students, but this resolution is filled with problems, so I vote no.
Okay, any other discussion? Dr. Alvarez?
I had a question for Superintendent Perez. Does this resolution comply with our board policies?
Yes, it does.
And our board policies are based on legislation?
Yes, typically, or yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Few things. Yes, I think that we should focus on academics, but when we have a board member up here that uses more than half of her speaking time in our meetings to focus on attacking our transgender, gender non-binary, gender non-conforming students, it's difficult to do that. Yes, I don't think that it should be the business of the school district when, we have a board member talking about asexuality. It should also not be the business of board members, community members, questioning the sex assigned at birth of students. And so this resolution, and actually I will agree that I believe that we should include religion into this resolution, because there are LGBTQ plus people that are people of faith, that are Muslim, that are Christian, that are Catholic. And so I will make a sub-motion to approve this resolution with the addition of religion in this language where we talk about providing safe and welcoming spaces for students regardless of these protected classes, because that should be the goal and that is the work of our school district. And so this resolution today, as a lot of our work that we've done as a board and as a school district, is firmly grounded in law. It's grounded in our education code. It's grounded in law like the Fair Education Act. It's grounded in Supreme Court decisions. And so I want to be very clear that, again, as a district, by passing this resolution, we are reaffirming our compliance with these laws and sending a clear message to our community that our district takes its legal and moral responsibilities very seriously. And again, as we've heard time and time again, and as I've had conversations with our LGBTQ plus students, parents of LGBTQ plus students, parents and family members of students who came out and unfortunately took their own life because of their experiences both at home and school, we need to recognize that these are real children in our classrooms. And when we create these affirming and inclusive environments, we reduce risk factors for suicide, we improve attendance, and we increase academic achievement. And for that reason, I'm supportive of this resolution. And not just recognizing October 2025 as LGBTQ plus History Month, but also recognizing October 11th as National Coming Out Day, November 20th as Transgender Day of Remembrance to honor, and also April 10th as National Day of Silence, and June 2026 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. And again, encourage all of our schools to create spaces, create opportunities for our LGBTQ plus students who are out and for those who aren't. For those that are still struggling, regardless of all of the amazing things that we're doing to support those students. The reality is that we're doing all of this work, and there are still students in our school system that don't feel safe enough to come out. That's the reality. So no matter what we do, no matter how many supports, how many things we implement to support those students, there are still going to be students that are going to fall through the cracks and that are going to suffer in silence, that are going to face hardships. But it's important that as a school district, because we have this legal obligation and this moral obligation, that we continue to do that. And so I'll go ahead and make a motion to keep our resolution as is, but include the mention of religion in that first paragraph. Can I get a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, I want to thank you for adding religion in there, and for that, I will abstain rather than vote no.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, seeing and hearing none, let's go ahead and proceed to vote. On a 4 yes, 1 abstention by Ms. Lepsak, the motion carries.
Point of clarification, President, if I can, Board President. Superintendent, can I get clarification on whether we have bylaws or board policy regarding board members abstaining from a vote? There has been a board member up here who has been abstaining from certain items like we've seen today without having a clear conflict of interest. So if we can bring something back as a board so we can check our bylaws or policies, what requirements or qualifications a board member needs to have to abstain from a vote.
Sure, we're happy to do that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Dr. Alvarez, did you want to?
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. Our community elected us to make decisions. Board policy, board bylaw 9323.2, actions by the board is very clear. When no conflict of interest requires abstention, board members have a duty to vote. This means we are expected to cast a clear yes or no vote so that the public knows where we stand. There are legitimate reasons to abstain. Government Code 1090 and Political Reform Act, Government Code 87100 EDSEC require us to step aside when we have a financial interest. Board Bylaw 9270, conflict of interest, also requires abstention in personnel matters that uniquely affect our close relatives. These safeguards protect the integrity of our decisions. But outside of these circumstances, abstention is not a choice. Our Board Bylaw 9005 governance standards reminds us that it is our duty to govern responsibly and keep learning and achievement for all students as the primary focus. Casting a vote is not just a procedural step, it is a commitment to accountability. When we vote yes or no, we provide clarity to the public. We show our community that we are willing to take a stand on issues that affect their children, and abstention for personal reasons such as disagreeing with state or federal law does not meet that obligation. It leaves our constituents without the representation they entrust to us. And I'm going to stop there.
Thank you. So I guess just now recognizing that and acknowledging that, I think next steps is really checking with our legal counsel about, one, past votes that any board member has taken that has been an abstention, and then also moving forward future votes, and really making sure that we are abiding by our own bylaws and policies. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, let's go ahead and move to our board reports, and we'll begin with Ms. Lepsak.
All right. As an American, our First Amendment rights are of highest value. This is our freedom of speech, which protects our right to express opinions, including unpopular ones, and the freedom of religion, which gives us the right to practice our religious freely, or not practice it at all. The death of Charlie Kirk was not only tragic, but it was a huge red flag that hate towards conservatives and those in the faith community is not only real, but it is violent and murderous. This act did not happen in a vacuum. This hate is being fueled in our schools because our top leaders are igniting it. I have experienced and witnessed this firsthand as a member of the California Teachers Association. And Santa, if you're listening, I'm not talking about you as our local leader in SAEA. I'm talking about the state leadership. In 2015, the first time I attended a teachers union conference, when I went online to check out the conferences, I was surprised to see most of them were about social justice, human rights, and LGBTQ. There were very few conferences focused on educational outcomes of students. So I went to the first one, the LGBT conference. Eric Hines was the president at the time. He talked about a Supreme Court case that I was not familiar with. It was Friedrich v. CTA. He then called the sponsors of the case spawns of Satan. I almost fell out of my chair. I called the Christian Educators Association that I was a member of, and I asked, who are the plaintiffs and the sponsors of this case? And he said, we are. I said, really? We were just called the spawns of Satan by the CTA president. I attended another conference in Garden Grove a year later and asked Mr. Hines to record a speech. He agreed, and he called the sponsors of his case spawns of Satan again. If this is not hate towards conservatives and people of faith, I really don't know what is. You can hear the recording on my website, brendaforkids.com, under articles. Listen to it. Hear it with your own ears. I kept going to conferences because I had no idea this type of prejudice was in our union's leadership. I attended a human rights conference and attended our CTA's lobbyist workshop. His name is Seth Bramble. After the workshop, I asked him, when I was to teach high school English during a class discussion, one of my Mormon students said he believes that marriage is between a man and a woman. I asked him, how do you think I should have dealt with that in order to respect the diversity of my classroom? He said to me, you should treat that student as though he said, black people should be burned at the stake. My mouth dropped. So anyone who does not believe like them were being equated to the KKK. This really scared me. So I invited other friends to join me at the next conference to witness it. I invited a retired superintendent in California who also worked for the CDE for several years. She's a devout Catholic and an immigrant from Colombia. In a workshop with the LGBT caucus leadership of CTA, I raised my hand, told the story about Seth Bramble, and asked if they thought this was an appropriate response from Seth Bramble. The leader did not seem surprised. He laughed it off and never corrected Bramble's statement. All this to say, teachers who do not hold to the same ideologies as your very politically driven union should join other organizations to protect yourself and to protect your jobs. The one that helped me a lot was Christian Educators, but if you are a Muslim or another religion, there is also American Education Association. It will be the best $250 you spend per year. It gives you $2,000 liability insurance, and they will protect your First Amendment rights. I'm not telling you to leave the CTA or the SAEA because legally I cannot advise you to do that. But I am telling you to cover yourself. There's also the Freedom Foundation that right now you can join for free for extra protection. And other certificated staff can also do this because we need protection. Our union says it fights hate, but in my personal experience, they fueled hate and prejudice, and it's making public schools less and less safe, less and less tolerant. And it's a reason I am now a school choice advocate.
Dr. Alvarez?
Yes, I wanted to ask Superintendent to follow up on a couple of issues. We did have a couple of speakers that came up, spoke about this dyslexia. One speaker did mention that there was an unresolved issue that he had brought up that it hasn't been resolved yet. So I wanted to ask if you could follow up with that. There was also a comment made in regards to emails that we don't respond to emails. We do have a policy that states all official correspondence has to be forwarded to the superintendent. The way that I handle my emails is any email coming up to me, I forward it to superintendent. I allow the superintendent to answer that email. I do read everything, but if it is sent to all the board members, I will forward it over to the superintendent. You know, I just wanted to mention a couple of things as we move forward. You know, I was raised a Catholic, and what I remember from my Catholic upbringing was the values of human dignity, treating people with human dignity, faith, hope, and charity, justice and peace, truth and integrity. Those are the values that I remember from my Catholic upbringing. My grandmother was a full-blooded Indian from Guanajuato. She was deeply Catholic, but we practiced something that I call indigenous Catholicism, which is a mixture of indigenous beliefs with Catholicism. That's what I was raised with. But the whole thing is, the whole point that I wanted to make is that people keep talking about religion, but from the way that I was raised as a Catholic, I really value the part about human dignity, treating everybody with human dignity, treating everybody with justice and peace, and also the concept of faith, hope, and charity. And with that, I'm going to need my comments for tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Magdaleno?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I just want to thank Dr. Alvarez for bringing up what the speakers, the parents that came to do public comment. And also, really quick, not sure if we did this last year. I double checked and I don't think we did it this September, but TAF was here. Can we do next year? I think they said it was declare September Deaf Awareness Month. Just, I pinged that down. Maybe we can do that next year if it comes around. When it comes around, sorry, what else did I had? We checked in on the families, making sure that they got the proper information and that we are working with them. And also, I think there was a parent at Carver, from Carver, that I wanted us to check in on, so we can please address that issue. But that's it. I hope everyone has a great rest of their night. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. Muy buenas noches a todos. Last week, I had the opportunity to visit Jackson Elementary, where I was warmly welcomed by Principal Perez, teachers, staff, and students. I want to first start off by thanking Principal Perez for his time. Was not planned, but I ended up being able to stay on site for 2 hours. And I know that's valuable time, but it was so worth it for me. I appreciated the chance to observe classrooms. We walked into many of the classrooms on campus, maybe most of them. Had the opportunity to ask questions and see firsthand how our district goals come to life, as well as hear from our educators and students, where our teams are working in a focused and concerted effort to ensure every student reads by grade level by 3rd grade and supports multilingual learners to reclassify by 5th grade. I was especially encouraged to see strategies in action that the campus, that this site is focusing on to get to those goals, such as GLAD, thinking maps, and SIPs. I got to see all of them in action, which, because of the way our educators are investing in them, are making a real impact on student learning. During my visit, I also observed staff engaging in grade level discussions and training on these strategies. And I noticed how consistently the learning strategies were displayed and applied across classrooms and grade levels. That consistency in modeling and implementation was incredibly encouraging to see, and I felt like I was even learning like the way that they were teaching. And so I'm grateful for the conversations I was able to have with both educators and students. One educator in particular, just to highlight one example, actually the principal had mentioned it, and then we had a chance to talk about her work in this campus for the last 25 years to help Jackson get to where they are, where they have truly inclusive classrooms for our students with IEPs. And that's something that's been very important to me, that I've worked really closely with our sites and our families to better understand how we can improve and build to this inclusive classroom ideal, and to see how they're implementing it in such a way that all students are being engaged and working together, and you wouldn't be able to know who has an IEP or who maybe is mild to mod, identified as mild to mod, autism as a student. And it was just truly inspiring to see and hear that those efforts go back 25 years. Students offered their own insights. So we talked about what we do as a school board. And some of the suggestions, Dr. Perez, I'm going to circle back with you. I committed to the students. I told them that, when I heard their recommendation was longer weekends, I told them, you and me both. But I had the opportunity to share with them that, sometimes while my role is to hear what our community, our students, families, and staff want, we also have things like California Ed Code and different things that, we have to navigate. And so I told them I would come back and have those conversations and send a follow-up. So I'm looking forward to engaging with them in a continuous way. They also did ask for a math day, so I was very impressed and humbled by that. So thank you to everyone who helped to welcome me. There was just so many wonderful things that our educators were doing on campus. It was truly beautiful. And then, see my notes. So, also, sorry, my notes are a little bit spread out, but I had the opportunity last week to set up a meeting along with our superintendent, Dr. Perez, with Nancy Cook, the director of the OC Workforce and Economic Development Board, as well as Deborah Sanchez, the director of the Santa Ana Workforce Development Board, to discuss ways in which we can partner, something that Dr. Perez and I talk about often, which is the third goal on her radar that she's really been pushing out to across our district with college and career readiness, is making sure that our students have, taking it to that next level, that not only our students who are in our CTE and pathway programs have internships, but that they also have paid opportunities. And so that was something that we were exploring. They were very excited. We were very excited. So I'm looking forward to seeing how these conversations really take off. And there's an MOU in the works. So very exciting and so much more to discuss. I just want to thank everyone for coming out with comments. And I look forward to engaging with folks individually as well.
Thank you. I just again want to begin by thanking everyone that came out to our meeting tonight and gave public comment. Last week I had the opportunity to visit Pio Pico Elementary, or Dual Language Academy, and Monroe Elementary, just to be able to walk around with the principals at both sites, get to visit some classrooms, talk to students, check in with some of our educators, and I had a chance to do that at both sites, and really was able to get a lot of insight and just learn more about the things that they're going through this year in terms of some of the immigration enforcement and how that's impacting our students. Also recognizing and acknowledging our reduction in force and the impact that had, particularly at Pio Pico, and just being able to talk to the principal and learn about what that has been like, what we can do moving forward, and really looking at our superintendent to be able to support that site, and also just had a chance to check in with some educators there as well. Those who have been there for a long time, and also those who were just recently hired and are working at Pio Pico now. So want to thank everyone for their warm welcome and their hospitality while I was there. Also had the opportunity to attend the Carver Elementary community celebration for Hispanic Heritage Month. I want to thank the community over at Carver for welcoming us. I know a few of my colleagues were there, and it really was a great display of culture and community, and really I think what our community needed right now above all. And then finally, I just want to pause and really say something very clearly, because I think that there was a comment that was made by a board member who identified themselves as a school choice advocate. And that's, I don't want that to be brushed off as just as a passing comment. I really think that it's a warning signal to our educators, SAEA, to all of our staff, to our families, to our students. Because when somebody declares themselves publicly and openly and proudly as a school choice advocate, we must recognize that oftentimes that means that they're going to push to divert public resources away from our public schools. Our schools, your local school here, your local elementary school, your local high school here in Santa Ana, and weaken the system that serves the overwhelming majority of our children here in Santa Ana. And so, as board members for the Santa Ana Unified School District, our duty is to strengthen and protect our public school system, not to undermine it or push it away or push our students and families away. And so, I want to remind folks that this also, history repeats itself. In the past, we had a board member before I served who proudly identified as a school choice advocate, and did just that, right? And supported our charter schools that are taking away resources and our students from our school system. And now I think she's a principal or executive director at one of the charter schools here in the community. And so, also want to recognize that, this board member that made that comment tonight has signaled that they want to take away power from this community. In the past, this board member has openly stated that she wants to hand over our local power and authority to the Orange County Board of Education or the Department of Education, and taking away that control from the people of Santa Ana and putting it in the hands of county politicians who don't live here, who don't serve our children. So again, I'm taking my board report tonight to signal the severity of that and the danger that comes with that. And so if you care about public education, if you care about your children's right to an education in our public school system, if your child has benefited from public education, just know that what we're seeing across the country to divide our community, to take away our resources from public education, to dismantle public education, is happening here in Orange County. And folks want it to happen here in Santa Ana because of the progress that we've made. So I want to signal that to our community to just be aware of what's coming. And again, support public education now more than you have in the past. Thank you. And with that, and with no further business to come before the board, this meeting is adjourned. The next regular board meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Tuesday, October 14th, 2025 at 6 p.m. Thank you and good night.
I